Hello, hello. Quiet. I probably still need someone jump in. It is very hot. Jesus Christ. I had to go out earlier, which reminds me I'll be back in one sec. Like the stream, etc. Alright. I think the background noise is just gonna have to stay. I don't know. I need a new interface. That's the problem. It's fine. Usually when I'm making content, it's like scripted. I end up fixing the audio. It is really fucking hot. Apologies if I'm a little warm looking. We're gonna watch stuff. We have some stuff we're gonna watch. Crazy how that works. I do have another video in the work. I want to see just if I can keep going. I can just keep making thing after thing, because I'm much more into writing stuff at the moment. I think it's just way better content. And you know, I can still stream and make the odd segment here and there. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like the stream. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget to check the links in my description. Don't forget you can join the channel. You can super chat on YouTube or Streamlabs. There's a link in the chat. Apologies for that noise. That's someone's washing machine. It'll stop in a sec. There we go. All right, let me just sort my life out. We have a few things that we're talking today. Fix my window. Yeah, so the next thing I'm making, I want to talk about the trans girl guides thing, but really it's to make the point that it doesn't matter. And to make the point of why it is that activist type go on about stuff like that when it doesn't fucking matter. That's kind of what we're going for with it. It means that I get to shit on philosophy tube, which if anyone was watching my last stream, we got to talk about philosophy tube a bit. I'm always in the mood for shitting on philosophy tube, to be quite honest. I think that person is a fucking grifter. And I will very much, I mean, I've already talked a bunch about it. I will very much be expanding on that when I make my video. It's insane listening to someone doing some like speech clearly aimed at like radical trans activist type. And then less than a year later, they're like too pussy to tell Ash Sakar what they think politically. You know, it's pretty insane. But you'll see. So the first thing I wanted to watch, I think this is a philosophy channel. I don't know much about this person. Carefree Wandering. I think he's like German or something. How gender became a profile. Jesus Christ, dude. Wait, is that a washing machine or is that like a helicopter or something? I don't know. There's always noise going on around here. It is what it is. Yeah, so we're gonna watch this. How gender became a profile. What is gender identity after all? And why bother about it so much? I'm just interested, so I don't know. Let's have a look. Maybe this is a good video. Maybe we'll put on something that doesn't put me in a shitty mood. That would be nice. Like the stream, how about that? Anyway.
So, I've got a new book coming out. It's on gender. When I wrote it 2 years ago, I suspected it wouldn't be easy to publish because the topic was so politically sensitive in the West. As it happened, publication of the manuscript was blocked, and I was asked to rewrite the book. In hindsight,
that's fucking wild. He was asked to not publish it? Jeez.
Quite glad I did. Gender struggles have been an important part of Western identity politics, which are now slowly evaporating. These struggles have been about empowering individuals to freely express their gender identity. And yet, despite all these efforts, it doesn't seem that people today have less gender problems than before. Actually, the opposite may be the case. In his book, The Anxious Gender...
This is very true. And centering it around identity and centering it around all that shit, I think is a major reason why.
Psychologist Jonathan Haidt discusses waves of mental illness and suicide among Western teenagers, along with the rise of social media. Since these serious problems especially affect girls, and since they occurred at the same time with the sudden rise of transgender, which is often associated with psychological problems as well, I suspect
I wonder if he'll make any link between this and Easter.
The generational rise in anxiety has not only to do with social media, but also with gender. Arguably, young people worry even more about gender now than before. Why is that? I believe there's a philosophical aspect to this. Non-binary writer Masha Gessen suggests in the Ezra Klein show that we need better narratives about gender. In order to get to better narratives about gender, we need to question the ones we currently have. Philosophically, the problem may be that we see gender as an essential core of our identity, and that in this way, it can easily become an obsession to get one's gender right.
It's just so true. I mean, I was the same. Like, before I came out as trans, it was like, I was constantly, like, the way I was presenting myself, that I was dressing and, like, you know, makeup and hair and stuff, it was just, like, getting wilder and wilder and wilder. I just wasn't happy whatever I did. And I think I thought transitioning might change that. And I guess I've settled on something now. But I don't know. I think what stopped me obsessing over gender so much was like kind of rejecting a lot of the framing, rejecting a lot of the idea that it really matters whether you're a man or a woman or whether you're just able to be yourself. Because that's what it is. Like, you can be yourself. You can just dress the way you want to dress and present yourself the way you want to present yourself. But people take it further and be like, you know, this is part of me actually being a woman and not being a man, even though I was born male. When actually we're just obsessing over labels when we do stuff like that, I think. And really it should be, this is what makes you happy. It doesn't really matter what label applies to you. It doesn't really matter what gender identity you have. It's about just doing what you want to do, really. So I don't know. I think I might feel this, to be honest.
Gessen locates the problem right there, that we regard gender issues as...
So if they're so important, if they're so central to our identities...
And concludes...
Well, I think the problem is that we just assign such disproportionate importance to both sexuality and gender.
I think Gessen...
Is the video Ezra Klein show 224? I've not seen this. Hang on, I wanna find this and bookmark it because it sounds really interesting to me. Excuse me, I do apologize. I don't know anything about Ezra Klein, by the way. There's a Jesse Gender short sitting on them, but Jesse Gender is a massive fucking moron, so probably an indication that he's doing something right, to be honest. I don't know, I'll have a look at some point.
That we need better
sexuality and gender.
I think Gessen hits the nail on the head. My new book is titled The Enigma of Gender, and it's about the impossibility to get one's gender right. Nevertheless, insisting on getting it right can become pathological, existentially and politically. The book argues for something like gender ease, rather than Judith Butler's famous gender trouble. For being at ease with one's gender, it's helpful to understand that gender identity, like identity in general, is genuinely pretended, and I'll get to that. Identity is the human sense of self. It includes gender identity, a sense of self in terms of gender. we are born with a biological sex, but not with a gendered sense of
Yeah, it is a sense of self. It is a label you put on your sense of self. But people forget that you can be wrong. You can have an incorrect sense of self. And there are lots of reasons why it might be out of whack, you know. Like, you think about, everyone's met someone that's like incredibly self-aware, and maybe it's extremely ironic that I'm the one saying this. You know, I'm happy to accept that. But like, even that, you know, that's what I mean. If you're unself-aware, then on a certain level, what you're seeing yourself as is not what you necessarily are. But we treat gender identity as if it's like sacred in that regard. You can't question it. And that's wrong to me.
self. It's not, in the literal sense, natural. We build a sense of self and a sense of gender when we grow up. I argue that to do this, we use certain identity technologies. Paul D'Ambrosio and I call them sincerity, authenticity, and prophilicity. And to understand gender identity and its problems, the Enigma of Gender looks into how these technologies shape gender identity. In many traditional societies, often still today, a gendered sense of self is built by sincerely internalizing and enacting gendered roles. This is
fully agree.
Sincerity. In sincerity,
like it's interesting how people cite gender identity as innate, but also like it's something that you kind of develop around the age of 3 or whatever. If it's something you develop around the age of 3, does that mean that some kind of seed of it was always there? We don't really know that. And if it really starts to develop around the age of 3, and you can't really have a gender identity before that, then it's going to be informed by at least 3 years of being exposed to gender, as in like the social construct of gender, as in like things that are masculine and feminine. You know, you start before the baby's even born. You're having like baby showers where it's like pink balloons for a girl or blue balloons for a boy. You know what I mean? So to me, I think, I'm guessing this person doesn't see it as innate either. So we're kind of off to a good start, I would say. University of Macau. Where that is.
gender identity typically doesn't mean to abstractly identify as a man or a woman. People tend to embed their gender identity in their roles. They identify more concretely, for instance, as the son of so-and-so or the wife of so-and-so. In sincerity, third genders are also role-based. In Thailand, for instance, there are katoi, sometimes called ladyboys. Not everyone can become a katoi. It's basically a role for gay feminine men only. And katois typically fulfill specific roles in society, for instance as performers in entertainment, religious practices, or the sex industry. Authenticity is a tricky identity technology, sandwiched between sincerity and prophilicity. It was born as the revolt against sincerity. Applied to gender, this means the revolt against identifying with gendered roles.
My guess is authenticity, what is actually what you say it is, and sincerity is more fully believing what you say it is, whether it corrects you or not.
Authenticity means finding identity not in roles, but in the pursuit of originality. Unique identity can only be found or created somehow within, behind the mask of the gendered persona. Philosophically, the representative of an authentic attitude towards gender is
An older Rapsion, oof. That's harsh. Why did you deserve that?
Simone de Beauvoir. For her, social roles, female and male alike, obstruct authenticity. We must liberate ourselves from them to become autonomous.
What you said about original identity is interesting as well. Like, that is one reason, honestly, that I don't like the idea of teaching young children. So you've got all these different gender identities, and you could be gender fluid, or you could be non-binary, or you could just be like masculine or feminine or whatever. You are kind of teaching them to value the box that they're in, rather than just being themselves and the box not mattering so much, you know? Maybe it's hard to explain what I mean. Maybe I need to do it. I need to make some kind of thing like outlining my actual beliefs around gender identity. I guess I'm still working it out. But it just can't be what we conceive of it as. Because what we conceive of it as exists to like satisfy certain kinds of people, and actually ends up alienating plenty of trans people like myself.
To shed identification with gendered roles, such as son or wife, does not mean to abstractly identify as man or woman. It meant for de Beauvoir to identify as the concrete individual everyone is, regardless of their gender. In authenticity, we see one another and ourselves as unique individuals, no longer defined by generic gender, because it's impossible to find originality in it. For de Beauvoir, the liberation from gender roles did not mean to question
how can you be original if you've been taught from whatever age that is this, and this, you know what I mean?
biological sex. Our bodies have a sex. But as authentic individuals, we can become soulmates, not rolemates, regardless of biological sex. The semantics of authenticity had a great appeal to people born in the second half of the 20th century, like myself. My sense of self and my sense of gender is largely built with it. It is still the dominant social semantics. We use the vocabulary of authenticity in politics, in academia, in culture. But in practice, we have become prophilic. The enigma of gender tries to provide some clarity.
I think he does you mean, I know, prophilic, is that a word? I thought you meant prolific for a second there. Okay, it might be a word. I'm not sure.
The vocabulary of authenticity in politics, in academia, in culture. But in practice, we have become prophilic. The enigma of gender tries to provide some clarity about this very confusing situation. Prophilicity means building a sense of self through the creation of profiles. Like roles in sincerity, profiles in prophilicity are validated from the outside. In a profile, we see ourselves as we are seen by others, our peers. But unlike in sincerity, these peers are not just the role mates whom we know closely and to whom we are related by birth or by convention. In prophilicity, we present ourselves to the general peer, a general audience we address, let's say when we apply for a job, or on social media, like I do now, or on a dating app. In prophilicity, gender identity becomes as important again as in sincerity. Both roles and profiles are typically gendered. However, unlike roles, profiles are seen as a matter of personal choice. Dialectically, prophilicity combines the self-choice of authenticity with a focus on how one is seen by the peer, as in sincerity. This also applies big time to gender identity. An example is the treadwife. Here's how treadwife is defined in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. A dutiful housewife active on social media, and a young woman who chooses to be a homemaker and shares a lifestyle online. To get a better grasp of prophilic gender identity, the enigma of gender discusses transgender today in our post-sincere and post-authentic times. One particularly curious case is the recent German law on the self-determination of gender. The explicit purpose of the law, as stated in the bill, is to empower individuals with the autonomous decision on the choice of gender. People need to make this supposedly autonomous decision so that they can live in accordance with their sensed gender. It's declared that gender identity largely determines, for instance, how a person is addressed and what expectations are in place regarding the outward appearance, the education, and behavior of a person. The big paradox here is that the law empowers people to self-determine how they are determined by their gender, in the way they live, dress, and are addressed by others. It empowers them to authentically decide in which they are non-authentic. Concretely, the law allows people to create how others must see them. They can decide on the gender entry in their ID once a year, and they can decide on the pronouns others must use when addressing them. To be clear, this makes...
That sounds insane. Like the idea that you can decide what people must call you, you know. Like even your name, no one has to call you your name. So the idea that someone must call someone something, like you've suddenly got the rights to the words out of someone else. Fuck me, dude, I can't talk today. You suddenly have the rights to like the words out of someone's mouth beyond like racial slurs and like, you know, threats and stuff like that. I think we should limit that to like serious things rather than just, you know, what gender someone thinks you are. They're not allowed to express that they think you are one gender or another. That seems nuts to me.
Makes sense in today's society, but only because we've moved on from sincere and authentic. They can decide on the gender entry in their ID once a year. And they can decide on the pronouns others must use when addressing them. To be clear, this makes sense in today's society, but only because we've moved on from sincere and authentic conceptions of gender and now see gender as a profile. And yet, by desperately highlighting self-determination, the German law seems like an attempt of society to prove to itself that we can still be authentic and autonomous, when in practice we have become prophilic. The incoherent mixture between an emphasis on authenticity and an...
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, this kind of, you know, in the pursuit of being ourselves, we're now picking from like predetermined like roles and what he's calling profile. This is quite interesting to me. Hi Rhiannon, I love you too. I hope you. Yeah, it's quite interesting to me. I'm definitely going to be thinking about what he's saying more. Maybe I should send him an email or something. I don't know.
Prophilic. The incoherent mixture between an emphasis on authenticity and an actual practice of prophilicity is very evident in the marketing of gender-affirming procedures to transgender people. Advertising tells them that in order to become truly authentic, they need to modify their bodies so that they are seen by others in accordance with generic gender expectations. Look at this ad by ART Surgical addressing transgender and gender-diverse individuals. Your path to your true identity begins here. Our goal is to help...
That's pretty right. That's pretty fucking right. Your path to your true identity begins here. Book a consultation. I wonder how much just a consultation is. Jesus Christ. That's a bit fucked.
Your path to your true identity begins here.
Like even identity is like marketed and monetized now. And the framework that we've chosen of like gender identity and there being these different ones you can choose from, whichever one best suits you, actually lends itself super well to this. So it's interesting when, you know, a lot of trans people tend to be, or I say a lot, but disproportionately, tend to be like leftist and like anti-capitalist and stuff. But at the same time, they're upholding something that is designed around putting people into additional boxes so that people can then advertise to each box. You know what I mean? When you think about it, it's quite crazy. And you wonder why more people don't think about this kind of thing. Like the closest I've had listening to like TRA types and stuff, I think he's German tooling around. I'll check, I'm not sure, but I think he's German. Yeah, the closest I've seen to like TRA kind of radical type, actually pushing back on this kind of boxes stuff, weirdly enough, was actually listening to that Sarah Jane Baker person. I watched Sophie Molly and Heather Herbert talking to Sarah Jane Baker. And Sarah Jane Baker, like, Sophie Molly's going on all this this Supreme Court thing, like, you know, they won't call us women anymore, it's so horrible, it's so horrible. And this Sarah Jane Baker person is like, oh, I don't care about any of that, I don't care what the government calls me. And like, that was kind of based in a way. I didn't like that person, but it's kind of based in a way. Like, most people still rely on this kind of shit, you know?
Our goal is to help you be authentic and true to yourself.
Oh my god, that's like rank. The idea, I wonder, listen, quick tangent, I wonder if Gender GP does the same kind of thing. Pay us and have a bunch of invasive surgeries and medical procedures and you can be yourself. That sounds fucked to me. Let's just have a very, very quick look. Yeah. Very, very popular subject, Helen Weberly, at the moment. Unfortunately, like, Buck Angel did a video, and he just watched someone else going on about how someone with Asperger's got transitioned. Like, watch my video. My video's way better. Watch my fucking video. Have you seen that latest script on GoFundMe? Do you mean Gender GP? I didn't know they had a GoFundMe. What are we saying? What are we saying? What are we saying? Gender affirming care, fine. Just to be seen. Like, the people behind Gender GP are not stupid, so maybe they're not being this blatant about it, you know? Okay, hang on. There was a... They've updated this website super recently, Jesus Christ. There's stuff that is in my Helen Webley video that is like no longer on here. That's fucking crazy. I do wonder if she's seen the video, you know. Sophie Molly funding for Heather's toxic kidney. Oof. How come this isn't happening on the NHS? I'd have thought this would be an NHS thing. I mean, I'll be honest. It sounds like a genuine like health issue, and maybe there's reasons as to why it's not going to get treated on the NHS, or there might be too much of a wait. Don't know why we need this here, but okay. And listen, I'm not gonna shit on this someone for having like health issues. I don't like Heather Herbert. She's a censorious piece of shit. But at the same time, you know. Refused to provide a surgery date. Oh, does that factor into it? The female ward thing? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I kind of understand it a bit more with stuff like this, I guess. I don't like crowdfunding in general. I don't know if I can shit on this too much, so I'll be real with you. Oh well. Yeah, so Gender GP aren't quite as ridiculous. I mean, I only skim the website. Maybe they do this kind of thing. The idea that someone is selling services where it's like, we will help you be authentic and true to yourself. Even being authentic and true to yourself is monetized now. I think that's fucking insane. The ability to be authentic and true to yourself surely is one of those things that can't possibly be like a kind of capitalistic thing. Or really ought not to be, I would say. But hey, you know, it's the world we live in. Like I said, we've created the conditions for this to happen, I think. And we do need to like rethink all of this shit. I do need to, I think I do. I don't know when, because I have other stuff planned. And I'm working on a different video that isn't about this kind of thing. I think I would like to explore some of this. So I'll definitely, I'll subscribe to this guy, sure. This is a good video. I like this so far. Need far more than $4,000. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Listen, being ultimate good faith, it's possible they already have some money set aside. I know that Heather has at least something approaching a decent job. And even Sophie Molly is more employed than potentially I am, you know.
Using Michel Foucault's language, this looks like authenticity's biopolitical endgame. Transgender people have been assigned a biopolitical
Yeah, I agree with, like, you're being sold your own authenticity now. You're being sold being yourself back to you. That to me is nuts.
task, proclaimed loudly in our laws.
Is being yourself now a thing that's only available to people of a certain class and above, you know? Well, we've created this. The Helen Webleys have created this. The people that want to put people into just an additional number of boxes have created this, you know?
And our commercials. They must get their gender identity right, so that society can continue to believe in the authenticity vocabulary that it likes to describe itself with. However, in reality, unlike the German law says, gender identity can never be self-determined. Masha Gessen says
that I've always felt, and after a certain point was able to put words to it, that gender is something that happens between me and other people. It doesn't actually happen inside my body.
I agree with this.
It's what people see, what I want them to see, what I feel when they see.
It's an integral, it has to be an integral part of gender. It is how you perceive yourself and how you express yourself. That is part of how it is. But it also matters how you are received, you know? Like, the way you transition gender is that people think you're a woman even though you're male. So if I went out earlier, and I'm not saying this as if I think I'm like super passing or whatever, I'm saying kind of if, but like, if a person looks at me and they see a woman and they think that I'm a female person, even though I'm not, then that's where the gender transition is. It's people thinking you are, because in that person's reality, that's what you are. You're a woman, you're not a man. That's the gender transition. So it hinges on how people see you, you know? And if you're, you know, if you're not gonna pass, but it makes you happy anyway, then, you know, more power to you. You know, it's fine. It depends. If your goals are realistic, then it doesn't matter. But we can't just say, oh, I identify as, so I am. If no one else sees you as what you see yourself as, then is that what you are? You know? But we have to be like sovereign over who we are. And it gets this extra step of, now we're sovereign over how other people see us. And that doesn't work. Because, again, you're telling people what to think. And you just can't control people.
One thing and not the other thing. All of that is my gender.
Gender isn't anyone's autonomous decision. Gender happens, as Gessen says. That gender identity is...
Yeah, this is good video. Listen. I don't know. I people like this, I would love to like talk to more. I should reach out to them.
what people see and what I want them to see. And especially so for transgender people under conditions of prophylicity, has also been made clear by ContraPoints.
You know, you don't become a woman the first time you put on a dress. You become a woman the first time an older female relative turns to you at a restaurant and says, maybe you should order the salad, sweetie.
And,
as Laura Jane Grace put it, you want them to see you like they see every other girl.
You know what? I still, there's this tiny part of me that still enjoys ContraPoints, like unironically. I'm sorry.
there is no gendered soul deep within any person. Instead, a gendered sense of self is conditioned by a person's biology, psychology, and importantly, by identity technologies, and by the relations with others that we shape with these identity technologies. In sincerity, gender identity lies in gendered roles. In authenticity, we want to relate to others as authentic soulmates regardless of our generic sex and gender. In prophylicity, we create our gender identity in social validation feedback loops with our general peer. Gender identity is not individual, but relational. It's not a person's essence, but made with identity technologies. We're neither born with a gendered sense of self, nor can we choose it freely. We acquire it through practice, through the way we live together with others. In this sense, it is played. It's pretended. And by pretending it, gender becomes a very deeply felt part of our sense of self. In this sense, it is perfectly genuine. People don't lie when they identify with their gender. We have a gendered sense of self, either through identification with gendered roles, through the creation of gender profiles, or somewhat paradoxically, as authentic individuals to whom their gender seems generic, or through a combination of all of this. If we understand that gender identity, no matter which identity technologies we use, is always genuinely pretended, we might be able to relax about it. We might become less obsessed with trying to fit certain gender roles, or with shedding our gender roles to find the true self behind them, or with the attempt to create a high-profile gender identity. The point is not to get one's gender right, but to be at ease with it as much as possible. That's a Taoist approach to gender identity. We can wake up authentically in the morning, create our gender profiles during the day, and be a sincere daughter or father in the evening, without obsessing about any of these identities. As Masha Gessen says,
what if we just agree to be playful and have fun with the one life each of us is given?
If you're interested in the book, please check the description of this video. There you'll also find a code for getting a discount if you get the book through the Columbia University Press website.
I found that very interesting. Yeah, I don't know how often he talks about gender, to be honest. I watched, I can't remember what I watched. I think it was a philosophy tube thing, to be honest. I've been, yeah. Philosophy tube. And this just kind of caught my eye. I'm still doing a lot of learning on a lot of this kind of stuff. Yeah, that was cool. We have two things that we need to do. And I don't know which I want to do first. You can like the stream. How about you like the stream, and I'll make my mind up in the meantime. We have this GB News thing. It's another one of those Connie Shaw things. And then we have something about, so you can't see the thumbnail, but it says something about BBC being captured by trans ideology. I have a video about this, interestingly. Free Speech Union. We'll do this first. We'll do the, so this is a trans protest. Okay, right. Sorry, bear with me one sec. Alright, okay. We'll do this one first, and then we'll do the BBC thing afterward. I'm not planning on going on for like super long today, if I can help it. I need to get back to writing. I have other ideas for stuff. I do want to talk about the EHRC guidance. But the problem is, it's going to be an awful lot of reading just to say, this is a nothing burger. And, you know, if you've been doing the right thing all along, then you're probably going to be okay regardless. Because the thing is, if you pass as the other sex, you're not supposed to use opposite sex toilets anymore, even though you pass as the other sex. But no one's going to notice that you're doing it. So it's not going to be a problem. If you don't pass as the other sex, then you're going to fit in far better in your sex toilet anyway. And really the broader goal should be to encourage more like acceptance of gender non-conforming with men. So to me, it's a massive nothing burger. My guess is there's going to be tons of like people losing their shit over it on social media and stuff. But I mean, I don't know. If it's Twitter or Facebook or whatever, I tune that shit out these days. That kind of like there's no point in engaging with those kinds of people. Maybe what I need to do is just kind of do a stream where I read through it, however boring it's going to be, because I don't really care if my streams are boring anymore, because it's not the main thrust of my content anymore. And maybe make a video aimed at trying to calm people down, trying to influence people into seeing it as less of a big deal, specifically trans people. But I'll work that one out. There's too much going on right now. There's either nothing going on or too much going on right now. Anyway, make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube, Streamlabs, and the link in the chat or in my description. You can join the channel for a few pounds a month. You can other stuff. You can join my Discord. I think it's the correct link if someone tries, and it isn't, then let me know, I guess. I have music. I have other stuff. I have a Patreon. I have a donate link. Yeah, I don't know, man. We're gonna watch this. So GB News, you can something off. Trans activists wield death threat signs as protest descends into insanity. I like that. So this is a Connie Shaw thing. She's a young gender critical type, a lot younger than me. A year on from the Supreme Court ruling on biological sex, Connie Shaw attends a women's rights protest in central London where people gather to express their anger at the Labour government refusing to enforce the law. Oh, so it's one of those, oh, you haven't done the guidance. Yeah, okay, sure. White people problem. On the same day, trans rights activists held a counter-protest in an attempt to drown out the voices of women and girls. Connie attempts to speak to attendees from both sides to find out why they are protesting. So that's always how they frame it, but the real content is in going up to trans activists, asking them debate bro questions, not getting a meaningful answer, and then declaring victory in a debate that only you were having. That tends to be the thrust of these kind of videos. But we'll have a look. I've watched one thing from her before when it was the gym protest, I think. I thought it was actually fucking cringe, to be honest. I don't know why people show up to protests to like ask questions. How many of these people... Where is she? There we go. How many of these people are ever reaching out on like Discord or on like, you know, platforms where you can talk across the aisle and trying to have conversations with other people? You know, you just don't really see it. They just show up to like protest where they know they're not really going to get any quality engagement, as if you're likely to anywhere else. But, you know, this is like worse, I think. This is like one of the worst ways of doing it. And then, from what I remember of her debate style, I think she's one of those people that, to an extent, thinks that bombarding people and like jumping down people's throat, to an extent, makes you a good debater. Because you're like putting people on the back and on the back foot and stuff like that. Which I don't think it is. I think it usually is the mark of someone who's actually quite insecure. But we'll see what this is. Maybe she's grown since the last time I saw her. I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Free, 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 free.
How come you guys are here today?
Palestine. There you go.
Would you like to say? We're not going to talk to you. You can off.
We're not gonna.
Okay.
Anti-Zionist Jews.
Oh, so that's the title. Do you know what? This fucking does my head in. We need to stop caring so much about vitriol. And maybe I'm guilty of it too, and maybe it's something that I need to also tone down. We need to care less about people expressing their opinions in a vitriolic manner. We need to stop crying every time someone tells someone else to kill themselves. Not that it's a good thing to do, not that you should ever do that, and it's still a wrong thing to do regardless. But endlessly whining because someone was mean to you on some platform or other is just so fucking tiring. And it gives people excuses. Like, people use it as an excuse to not engage with the real point, instead of just kind of reading past it. When it's the internet, you have to expect, or it's a protest. It's the same kind of thing. You're going into like enemy turf, you have to expect some shit from people, because people know who people like this are. You're with GB fucking News, you know what I mean? Clearly you're on hostile turf. You have to expect people are going to tell you to fuck off. You have to expect that someone is probably going to be holding a placard that, you know, I disavow what it says, you know, saying things like death to turfs or whatever. But it is ultimately just vitriol. And endlessly whining about people being vitriolic is just fucking tiresome to me. Like, it happened. Get over it. You know what I mean? It's just how people express themselves now. The same with the fucking jokes about Charlie Kirk dying. It's not that I think it's cool to joke about someone dying, but it's just the meta now. It's just what people do now. People express themselves in over-the-top and vitriolic ways, and always have. They always have, you know? I think we need to stop whining about that kind of shit and just expect it, and either try and work our way through it, or decide it's not worth it with that particular person, if it's not worth it, you know? It's just, I'm bored of it. I'm bored of it. I don't care about vitriol. I don't care anymore.
What has that got to do with trans rights? You're the only one who's wearing this costume, so no thanks, no thanks.
You're the only one that's wearing this costume. Well, yeah, I think they probably are. What?
I mean, look at the state of it! They think that this is going to try and convince people that you should be on their side.
Hey, take your Linkin Park eyebrow piercing out and then complain about the state of other people.
It has now been a year since the UK Supreme Court ruled that the word woman, man and sex refers to biological woman, biological man and biological sex in the Equality Act.
I wish I had £1 for every time I've been told to fuck off. I'd have £10 just today. That's what I mean, like, that's just kind of how people talk to each other sometimes. And sometimes it doesn't actually mean very much. It's just, you know, banter or whatever. But these like kind of middle upper class, like, you know, fairly newly found like GC activists that end up working for like GB News and shit, they're actually kind of snowflakey in a way. They're actually kind of the snowflake.
Bridget Phillipson, the Minister of Women and Equalities, has still not released the guidance that service providers say they need.
This is also out of date, because it has now been released, I think, a day after they posted it, even.
To be able to stop men from going into women-only spaces. On the 11th of April this year, women took to the streets to express their views. Has still not released the guidance that service providers say they need to be able to stop men from going into women-only spaces.
I mean, I'll take a source on that.
On the 11th of April this year, women took to the streets to express their anger.
It's more that they're not really changing any policies. But sure.
At this Labour government, who are refusing to enforce the law and protect women and girls. Naturally, trans activists...
Like, it's just the way they word these things. It's not enforcing the law. There was a clarification to the law, and there's guidance for how things should be dealt with. But trespass into a woman's space, if you're a man, for example, isn't a legal matter in the first place. It's not a criminal act. It's trespass. I don't know, the way they put these things is just so bizarre. There's no one like fact check this kind of shit.
This planned a counter-protest in order to drown out the voices of women. I'm Connie Shaw and this is GB News Originals. The adverts for the counter-protest instructed attendees to disguise them.
I'm pausing a lot. That's another annoying thing, actually. Oh, they counter-protested us to drown us out. That's just what happened. What do you think fucking English Ned and all those lot are doing? Whenever they get in the faces of like TRAs when they're protesting, trying to drown them out, trying to intimidate them and stuff like that. Again, it's just the meta. We need to stop bleating about how mean people are on both sides.
Themselves and to not speak to journalists. So, unsurprisingly, almost no one was willing to speak to me.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, would you like to say a few words about why you're here?
No, thanks.
Why not? If you're on a massive
Bro, no means no. No means no.
demonstration.
Sorry, we don't want to be.
Men who want to have sex, retards like this that show up to protest to ask questions. There's a common rule. It's called no means no. Someone says no thank you. Okay, thanks anyway. Let's just move on. Why? Why don't you want to talk to me? Why don't you want to have a debate in the marketplace of ideas? Like, just stop.
Interview.
Why is that? Hello, would you like to say a few words about why you're here? Do you know anyone who would like to say about why they're here? Hello, what does your sign mean?
You don't have to talk to these people.
Yeah, sorry, who are you from?
I'm Connie Shaw, I work at the Free Speech Union.
Yeah, okay.
But they can if they would like to.
Yeah, you tell them you're from the Free Speech Union. That's even worse than saying you're from GB News in a way.
Can't they?
Yeah, I need to coin that. I need to coin that. She's interview raping. She's debate raping. I need to coin that. Thank you.
Hello, would you guys like to say anything about why you're here?
Is 100% the way you deal with any of these people, by the way. No thank you. Move on. They look stupid. How awkward is this for? That's how you win. I'm glad these people are understanding.
Good man. Thanks.
Why are your faces completely covered?
Why are you asking that? What do you always hear on like the gender critical, like so-called women's rights side of things? What do you always hear? Oh, well, I can't attend any of the protests because I'll lose my job. People find out who I am and that I have certain beliefs and I'll lose my job. Well, then go there covered up. But then when other people go covered up, maybe because they're worried they'll lose their job. It's like, oh, why are you covering yourself up? Well, for the exact same reason that you would on your side.
Why are you wearing a keffiyeh?
The main role of the stewards in the purple jackets seemed to be to block the free press
Making absolute twat out of herself already.
and instruct people not to speak.
Hello, would you like to say a few words about why you're here?
There's another idea actually. I could do a video about idiots making fools of themselves with microphones at protest.
No, not really. It's okay.
Why not? It seems quite important to everyone here.
I know, yeah, but I'm just following the crowd, so...
Oh, so you just ended up, you didn't accidentally walked into a march?
Yeah, which is great. Okay.
Do you know what they're protesting for then? If you just ended up here?
Pretty much so. I know. Okay.
One way away from that because I ain't anymore.
It's so weird that you guys go on massive marches, but you're not able to explain why you're here. Do you not want more people to know about why
It's so weird that you won't let me farm you for content.
you're here? Why do you feel the need to cover your face like that? Do you think it might make some people who are watching this march think that maybe you guys have something to hide? Because the women over there who are protesting, they don't cover their faces.
Maybe they should.
What's the point of coming on a march if you don't want to tell people why you're here? Why don't you try and convince people why you're here? For your cause. Hello.
Keep walking.
Would you like to say anything about why you're here? Nothing at all? What do you think about the women who are concerned about single-sex spaces and lesbian and gay children and their rights to grow up as healthy adults? So as you can see, every time we go up to try and speak to someone, the stewards tell them to stop speaking to us. And there may well be people here who do want to speak to me and are happy to have a conversation, but it seems that people...
AKA be farmed for content because they don't know what's going on.
People in the purple jackets are making sure that no one speaks to press, which is really weird, because if I was on a demonstration, I'd want everyone to know why I was protesting. And I'm sure you'll see later on when we go and speak to the women that loads of them will want to speak to us.
Yeah, because you're on their side and they know who you are, obviously.
What the fuck out of the way? You're getting in the way, that's an assault! Keep moving, boy! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free! Free, free!
Free what? Do you think it's a good look for your cause that you have aggressive men marching with you, shouting at security people?
I think it's a good look for your movement. That you have like the likes of Billboard Steve and English Ned and fucking Will Coleshill and that in with your people. I wonder, I haven't seen much of Willsy lately. Because he was at, shit, what was the one he was at? I think it was the 111 Days Later, or whatever it's called. Some amount of days later. He was at that march, like, interviewing women, and obviously it wasn't a problem, because he's, like, in with them. He's, like, on that team. Same guy who was, like, helping usurp that Sarah Everard vigil. The idiots, like, Philosophy Tube then accidentally played defense for, by the way. But, like...
Have aggressive men marching with you, shouting...
Just everything they say, it goes both ways, you know what I mean? You can just find people on their side that are also male and aggressive and ridiculous in their own way.
At security people. Do you think it's a bit weird that there are loads of men protesting against women's rights to single-sex spaces? How do you feel as a man doing that?
Palestine, trans rights!
So now they're shouting trans rights, Palestine.
Trans rights!
Of course, we know that LGBTQ people in...
They throw you off roofs, innit? Yeah, did you know, right, in Palestine, yeah? In Palestine, if you're gay, yeah, in Palestine, they throw you off a roof, yeah? Did you know that? Did you know that?
Gaza get thrown off buildings.
Yep, knew it. Doesn't there have to be fucking... Bro, doesn't there have to be fucking buildings there? Still standing? In order for them to throw people off of them? Jesus Christ, dude. No, I'm not sure they are getting thrown off of buildings, or certainly recently haven't been. They've just been getting blown to fucking smithereens instead. Bro.
Palestine, trans rights! One struggle, one fight! Palestine, trans rights! One struggle, one fight! Palestine, trans rights!
What do you think about the way that Hamas treat gay people?
Palestine, trans rights! One struggle, one fight! Palestine, trans rights! Trans rights!
Hello, sir. Would you like to say a few words about why you're here?
Who are you working for?
I work for the Free Speech Union.
Sorry?
I work for the Free Speech Union. Do you not like free speech? Isn't this you expressing your free speech?
Bro, just because you're working with the Free Speech Union, that doesn't mean that someone that doesn't like them is anti-free speech. The Free Speech Union is like an ideological movement.
So I find it really weird, especially when older men come on, no offense, sir, and older gentlemen come on marches against women's rights. I find it really strange.
Yeah, they probably don't see it that way, bro.
I work at the Free Speech Union.
Oh, okay.
How come you guys are here today? Would you like to say? We're not going to talk to you. You can
We're not going to engage.
You're the one who just started talking to me, so I thought...
I wanted to know where you were from. Thanks for letting me know.
Why would you want to know where I'm from?
I think it's important to know what different outlets are covering.
Why do you want to know where people on dinghies are fucking from, bro?
I would... Are you not interested in making sure that your message gets out to... Not interested...
Outlets are covering.
I would... Are you not interested in making sure that your message gets out to as many people as possible? Surely the people...
She sounds nervous as fuck. She knows that, like, this is herself entering into a situation that probably isn't a good idea to be entering into. I think she kind of acts like some kind of debate lord. Fucking, I'll destroy anyone with facts and logic. I think it's insecurity, to be honest. I'd be interested. I wonder how often she's like debated someone, like an actual debate, like, you know, a debate with someone like actually prepared. She wants to talk to me, I'll fucking do it. Fucking hell, you know. I can definitely oblige on that one. But does she actually ever do debate? Like, these people always... I can't see anything. These people always go on, oh, well, we need to have, like, free debate. Oh, we should be able to, like, debate and stuff. What debates do these people ever do? Is it really that difficult to find people willing to debate with them? I just don't buy that. I don't think you're looking very hard. But where are any of these debates? It's just like speeches and it's just like harassing protest. Like this? No, this is just GB News. Do they have someone on? Does GB News not have the resources to arrange debate? And this is what I mean as well. These people get these reputations as like, you know, good... What's the word? Rhetoricians or whatever. That's probably not a word, but hopefully you know what I mean. Good at like debating, good at arguing their points and stuff like that. But none of them ever seem to actually have like prepared debates against people that are prepared to have these kind of conversations. I guess there's one here. No, this is like React shit. This is React slop again. You're not... Oh, she debates. Oh, she does debate a Muslim woman at the end of it. Seemingly. So very, very occasionally. But for the most part, her thing is just showing up to protests and like asking people questions that they don't want to answer.
You want to convince...
And then the trick is, you ask questions knowing people don't want to answer. And then you take that non-answer as them conceding and that you won the debate. That they're not even engaging in and not having. It's so stupid.
To the ones who disagree with you? Inclusive! What does trans inclusive mean?
One struggle, one fight! Women's rights, trans rights! One struggle, one fight! Women's rights, trans rights! One struggle, one fight! Women's rights, trans rights!
Hello, I'm Bev Turner. Now, it can feel like the money in our camera
Additionally, is
goal. This
savings is to
control.
And
You know, GB News is the voice of the working class now, you know. That's why they're sponsored by some fucking gold purchasing thing.
Many attendees were wearing keffiyehs, some wearing them in the same style as Hamas terrorists.
Oh, no.
There was an international Jewish anti-Zionist network banner. I asked what anti-Zionism had to do with trans rights.
Anti-Zionist
intersectionals, they probably bring up all kinds of other things on all sorts of other protests. Fairly normal, actually.
Jews. What has
I bet Connie Shaw isn't Jewish, by the way.
that got to do with trans rights? Jews who are against
One struggle, one fight!
What is the one struggle?
Exactly. Oh my god, it's like really obvious.
One fight. Please don't push me. No, I was standing here. You can stand anywhere else. You have to stand here.
You don't have to talk to me, but go away.
You started pushing into me, so I thought maybe you wanted to speak.
That's another thing. Getting jostled at a protest is not violent. Calm the fuck down. That fucking... People made a big deal. I think I made a bit of a mistake when I did my Hannah Spencer video. That fucking Alex Jardine retard got like shoved, like pushed into slightly or shoved slightly by that guy. The guy with the hat that all the trouble was around. You can't even see it, fuck's sake. is on this side. I didn't even engage remotely with this guy getting shoved. And I kind of said something about the first incident being like this guy having a bit of a tussle with some other guy who took a swing at him. Getting shoved a little bit is nothing. I don't care. That's not violent. That's not fucking assault. Like, calm the fuck down.
But what does anti-Zionism have to do with trans rights?
One struggle, one fight.
Do you know that gay people and trans people and LGBTQ people Hello, would you like to say anything? You can't legislate us out of existence. Sorry. It says you can't legislate us out of existence, which is interesting because I'm pretty sure these people would be very interested in legislating women out of their own rights.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No, they just have a different definition. They're probably not anti any kind of women's rights whatsoever. They just think they have a different definition for what woman is. So they conceive of like things like single-sex spaces differently to you. So the argument is how to conceive of it correctly and what's the best way forward to make everyone happy. But like instead it's like, oh, I bet these people like secretly hate women. I bet they're all like fucking like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Rights. Very interested in legislating women out of their own rights by making sure that they're not protected under the Equality Act, their right to single-sex spaces.
Very nervous today, isn't she? I'm sure she sounded more sure of herself at the gym thing.
That's what the Supreme Court...
Maybe I'm misremembering. Excuse me. I can't talk today. I'm so sorry. I'm worse. I'm doing way worse. I shouldn't mock her, to be honest.
Ruling made sure that women weren't being erased, and these guys hate the Supreme Court ruling.
It is still just as unclear to me what...
She sounds so like pissy. I'm sorry. I don't have too much to watch today. It's just this and something else. So like, if this takes a while, I'm not sorry.
It's their right to single-sex spaces. That's what the Supreme Court ruling made sure that women weren't being erased, and these guys hate the Supreme Court ruling.
It didn't do anything about erasing women. It just clarified the definition. How many different ways can we essentialize?
It is still just as unclear to me what the one struggle, one fight is. I did manage to briefly catch up with a man who I had met previously at the Southwark protest, which took place at the start of this year. The protest he was at was a counter-protest, again, against women, the women who were supporting Miranda Newsom, who
made a twat out of herself at this as well, by the way.
Had been banned from every single leisure centre in the area because she objected to this man being in the women's changing rooms. It is very odd that fully grown men who do not appear to have a fetish themselves for pretending to be women are so keen on enabling men who do to enter.
Do I have a fetish for pretending to be a woman? Is that what trans people are?
This man being in the women's changing rooms. It is very odd that fully grown men who do not appear to have a fetish themselves for pretending to be women are so keen on enabling men who do to enter women's spaces.
It's a big job.
Is having a fetish the only reason a male person might possibly enter women's space?
Do you think it's a bit weird as a man that you're trying to push a woman out of the way from just having conversation?
This time in Westminster, he didn't have his drum to drown me out or push me around.
Hello. Oh, we've met before. Nice to see you again. We at the Southwark protest. Not got your drum this time. Would you like to say anything about the protest?
I'll say one thing. There are 6 people against this, there are 6 people there.
Yeah, the protest hasn't started yet. It starts at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, there's still only 6
people. And they're also,
there.
they're starting at Parliament Square. That's not where the protest starts.
He also clearly did not realise that the Women's March had not started yet, and in fact hundreds of women were yet to arrive.
Is that Maeve Halligan person behind me, by the way?
In our land, unanimously agreed.
Was it she was saying on Jack Jewel? I don't know. I mentioned it at the time when I looked at the Cambridge thing the other day. These people all have some like really bizarre like views around trans. I'm not saying that plenty of trans people don't have bizarre views around what a woman is and shit like that. But it's just two sides of the idiot coin. I'm so fucking tired of all of it.
is totally patently obvious.
It is strange that trans activists seem to measure the success of their movement based on how many people turn up to their protests, rather than public opinion and the law, which clearly favours women and their rights to single-sex spaces. Despite the use of this metric to measure success, trans activists were trying to block journalists, including our own camera, from capturing their protest. It seems that trans activism is the only civil rights movement in history that wants to avoid the media.
I mean, this is an impressive animal.
You're fighting against the wind now.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
The same guy putting up a pretty poor effort.
I will say, if they're just like stood there filming, I don't really see the point of trying to stop them. Like, I understand stonewalling idiots like this who go in there trying to like ask questions and stuff, because if you don't want to talk to these kind of people, you shouldn't have to. And these people should be taking no for an answer. If someone's just like stood there filming and all they're doing is filming a protest, it's like, well, what content are they getting? They're getting your protest. Like, I do find that a bit bizarre. Like, you're not going to stop these people by holding things up. You're just giving them more cause to like to complain about what victims they are and how their free speech was being shut down somehow. You know, I don't see the point in that. I've changed my mind an awful lot, I think, on these kinds of people showing up to protest. And I truly don't give much of a fuck about what happens to them as long as they don't get hurt or whatever. But at the same time, I still do wonder why they bother when it's just people filming. You know, who cares? Who cares? They're gonna film either way.
That here was reportedly arrested at the University of Sussex a few days after during a free speech event.
Young Bob on X, sick.
We tried to speak to the legal University of Sussex a few days after during a free speech event. We tried to speak to the legal observers that were part of the trans protest in order to get some advice about what to do about.
That's someone else I need to watch more of. Actually, is Young Bob. He is like horrendously bad at debating. It's very funny. Like all of these Charlie Kirk skinwalkers have been popping up in the UK, like him and like Monty Toms and shit. They're all fucking terrible at this.
The fact that our cameras were being blocked. They weren't interested in speaking to us.
Pardon? Wow. I just had some... Could I just ask some questions? Because I had some issues earlier about...
Only 2 people at the trans protest were willing to have a conversation with me. Unfortunately, for those in the trans movement who are less insane, the 2 people willing to speak to me were probably the last people that any movement which wishes to retain some sort of reputability would want representing it.
Someone else, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Who are you reporting for?
GB News today.
Oh my God! When I was in my prison cell, I loved watching GB News. Everyone be begging on
There's Sarah Jane Baker.
their door every time GB News slags me off. I don't mind.
It is the People's News channel, absolutely.
Using trans activists to avoiding the media is pretty dumb. Next, they'll be seeing the BBC as trans propaganda. Yeah.
Britain's #1 news channel.
Every time they show my name, whether they show my name or show my image, I sell more books. Thank you very much.
So why do you feel that...
Yeah, so you're giving this person what they want. You're giving this person the attention they're craving. This is the biggest fucking owl I've seen in fucking time. No one wants to talk to you. And the one person that does want to talk to you, they're using you for their own fucking end. You're so fucking stupid, I swear to God.
They need to be topless outside Downing Street today?
Well, I think there's this thing in the law, right? And they're saying, I'm not a woman. I can't ever be a woman. So I thought, well, I just have to come to terms with that. And whatever the law says, I'll follow it. And I thought it's a nice day.
I don't like this person at all. They're fucking mogging you. They're fucking mogging you. Sorry about it.
And seeing as the law sees me as a man and the sun's coming out, I thought I'd get my top out and I use it as a banner for my activism because I don't support any genocide.
Sarah Jane, formerly Alan Baker, served 30 years in prison. He was originally serving time for kidnapping and torturing his stepmother's 19-year-old brother, and then his time was extended after he attempted to murder another inmate. Whilst in prison, he removed his own testicles with a razor and ate them.
They was unable to offer this service to me from the NHS.
Okay.
So I did my own castration.
You did your own castration?
Yeah, myself, yeah.
Give me details. What actually happened?
Because I suffered.
You actually castrated yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you do that?
With a prison razor blade. It's in the quick.
We didn't even censor this, by the way. Oh, we're so outraged at you being topless at something, but we won't censor it for the GB News video.
I think it's in the Great Britain Museum.
By the way, hang on. Wait, is this GB News footage? Because I know they were there. I was about to say, I thought this was Monty Tom's footage, and you're not crediting him.
What is in the
razor blade that I used? Yeah.
Seriously, yeah. And what did you do with your testicles?
I ate them.
Oh my God.
He was also cleared
because they were going to sew them back on.
Of inciting violence in 2023 when he told a crowd at a protest, if you see a TERF, punch them in the effing face.
Yeah, it was a stupid thing to do. They claim to have renounced themselves on that, so whatever. I don't know. Like I said, I'm getting so much. I'm so much less bothered about like vitriol now. There's just no point in whining about it. We can whine forever about vitriol, or we can attempt to cut to the heart of things, you know?
This is what he told me about that incident.
Why do you think that's so...
Castrating yourself and eating your own balls while in prison is some of the most mental shit I've ever heard. Well, to be fair, this person makes no bones about the fact that they are mental, you know what I mean? It's a bit like me. Plenty of shit that I've done in my life, someone could say, that sounds like something pretty mental. And my response to that would be, well, yeah, I am mental. What do you expect? What do you fucking expect?
So many people refuse to speak to me because obviously you're quite a polarising character on all sides, I would say, and you're, you know, someone who's always at the front of these marches. Why do so many people, especially at this protest, not want to speak, and not just not want to speak, but have the stewards telling other people not to speak to the press?
Well, I don't represent any group but myself and the Trans Prison Alliance, as I'm sure you all know. You know, I'm not young. I've got a lot of life experience, and I do understand that, you know, there has to come a time where we do start talking to each other and say, you know, we have to start respecting each other's boundaries, including like the free speech. I mean, some of the things that I've said, I'm ashamed of, and I mean, I have my partner here that I love dearly, you know, and some people say to me I should never have apologised, and
what was it that you said that you're ashamed of?
This has already been said, by the way. Like this was on Wesley Winter like ages ago. Exactly the same thing.
I got quiet.
Again, do we need to be going on about the same stuff? Like, yeah, this person's done some fucked up shit in their life and went to jail for it. I don't like this person very much. I think in terms of representation, this person is incredibly unfortunate to be on the trans side, bearing in mind that I'm trans too. At the same time, how much do we need to go around the same fucking houses? You know what I mean? It's like worse than listening to people that cover fucking Firebat or some shit. Every day, just the same point over and over and over again. At what point do you accept that things have happened and it has been spoken to fucking death? And you either do something about it or you move on, you know? Are we going to be having the same conversation every fucking year? You show up to a protest and it's a different fucking chucklehead with a camera that no one wants to talk to except this person. So you can ask them the same fucking question that has been asked to them every other fucking time. Wesley Winter has had this exact same conversation with this person. It's not very compelling, is it? It's boring. Yes, this person's done bad things. Yes, they've talked about it to death. Let's just fucking get on with it.
I got quite excited and I got quite into it and said, if you see a TERF, punch them in their effing face. And for that, I mean, it wasn't my finest hour. I don't mind saying that. I'm grown up enough to say that and to be able to take it on the chin. There's lots of things. There's loads of things that I agree with lots of the watchers and of GB News. There's lots of things that I share their opinion. There are lots of things I totally disagree with. But on the trans rights thing, I'd just like to put out there, I'm not really into trans rights. It may appear like that, So, I mean, I'm a human. I'm trying to be a human rights activist. I'm trying to tap into my own humanity and to say, you know what, I just want the right to stand on the streets of London, the greatest city in the world, to stand on the streets of London and hold my banner.
But who's stopping you from doing that, though?
The British government. The British government would like to stop the right wing and the left wing from holding on.
Sure. I would say there's a lot. The government is this government in particular is very authoritarian.
To my knowledge,
Is it? How so?
my knowledge, only I and Tommy Robinson are the only two people that have been arrested and put on trial for speaking on the streets of London. Do you know what I mean? So in that respect, I understand how.
I'd be willing to bet that both of them deserve to get arrested for so-called speaking on the streets of London. I'd be willing to bet. There's more to the story here because we already heard it. Yeah, you probably shouldn't encourage people to punch people in the face at a protest. Not a very good idea. I can see why you'd get arrested for that, even if I'm very, very pro-free speech in general. I don't know about the Tommy Robinson thing, but there's usually more to the story when it's not like Tommy Robinson. Let's just be real.
He must have felt not feeling heard, and I just want to be heard.
But what? But you say that you're not actually that interested in trans rights. So why do you come to the trans rights?
In human rights.
And which human rights do trans people not have?
I want the right to be able to protest. I want the rights that when I'm prescribed NHS treatment, that it's not withheld from me by a prison doctor who is politically inclined to deny me my treatment. I'm saying I'm post-operative trans downstairs. I need these hormones. When I was sent to prison, my hormones were stopped. It was really quite cruel.
It's true, to be fair. If you're post-op, you're not producing anything except in your adrenal glands, maybe. You need something. Like, if you've got a post-op prisoner, you do have to give them something. I don't know the specifics about this kind of thing. Like, in terms of if this is happening a lot. And to be fair, this person, it was like self-inflicted in their case. But it is still true. I mean, I've had my own issues, like with my GP and shit like that. Keeping my prescription going. It's been like stopped before. Because of like, to be fair, like fairly understandable concerns from the government about like trans affirming care and stuff. But at the same time, it's like I'm post-op. I don't make anything by myself. I do actually need to make sure that I'm still on my hormones and that I still take them. I shouldn't be taking nothing. And I've had to ask like doctors and stuff before. They'll say, oh, we've done all these research on like HRT and there's all these like risks and stuff like that. And I'm like, well, yeah, I know all this because they were very thorough with me in the GIC and they told me all of this. What do you know about what happens if someone doesn't have any fucking gonads and doesn't produce any hormones and they're not given anything to supplement and they didn't know fuck all? They have no idea. You know what I mean? Like it's a bit crazy sometimes. So it's not like this person doesn't have a point. And I'll say one thing. There's a far more legit fucking concern than something like fucking trans girl guides or something. That's the shit that really gets me. There's plenty of shit I don't like about like trans activism. But if at least someone can show up to one of these protests and outline a real fucking issue, then on a certain level I do respect it. It's when people get up and say, well, trans people, we don't have any rights anymore. For example, we can't even join the Girl Guides. It's like, well, 3 fucking trans people ever joined the fucking Girl Guides, So I at least respect this on some level.
I felt.
Off camera, I asked a trans activist what he thought of Sarah Jane, who regularly attends trans marches. It was clear to me that Sarah's attendance and prevalence in the movement was not something that all trans activists are too pleased about. Amazingly, the not in our name women at Girl Guiding, who support the inclusion of boys who think they are girls in Girl Guiding, held a protest outside the Girl Guiding headquarters the next day and posted pictures of Sarah Jane Baker at the protest.
Okay, so they were still showing up for these kinds of things.
On Facebook. They have since removed the photo from the post following the backlash which pointed out that he is a violent offender. The second person who was willing to speak to me was a chap who is also regularly attending trans protests, wearing what seems to be a Star Wars Mandalorian costume.
Would you like to say why you're here today?
Supporting trans rights.
What about trans rights are you supporting?
Just in general. Trans rights! But the Supreme Court decision, it sucks.
Why does it suck?
It erases trans people.
How?
Well, basically, it's just saying that I'm a man, and I'm not. I'm a trans.
Why would it say that you're a man?
Because it says on my bio.
Bro, it literally does say that trans women are men per the Equality Act. Why is she asking this question?
That I'm a man. It erases trans.
I hate when these idiots play fucking dumb, you know? It's so annoying.
Trans people.
How?
Well, basically, it's just saying that I'm a man, and I'm not. I'm a trans.
Why would it say that you're a man?
Because it says on my biological sex what I was born as.
So the women over there would say that the Supreme Court ruling reaffirms women's rights to single-sex spaces.
Not trans women's rights.
Why do you think that men who say they're women should have the right to go into women's spaces?
Well, because I'm not a man, I'm a trans woman.
But if you're a woman, why are you trans? Surely the whole point of being a trans woman is that only a man can be a trans woman. Like, I could never be a trans woman because I'm biologically female.
What? Aren't you missing out?
Men? Yeah, so trans men are women. I could be a trans man.
No. Trans men and trans men. They're not.
What's wrong with what? Sorry.
Women.
If trans men are men, why are they trans?
Because
we're having a perfectly civil conversation. We're just having a civil conversation. Having a normal conversation.
You can make a decision to disengage.
Again, the purple jackets over here stopping us from talking to people. I'm very much enjoying our conversation. Do not talk to the media. I love having these conversations, and I'm just here to ask questions and debate.
Okay.
But you said, trans women are women. But if they were women, why are they trans? Surely the whole point.
Because they're transsexuals. This just seems like a load of semantic bollocks about you pretending not to know what a transsexual is.
Well, no, I know what a man and a woman is. I know that a trans.
They're kind of right. It is obvious how much these people play dumb and stuff.
Woman is a man who says that he's.
Really, what you want to be talking about is, well, what is a woman? Well, in what way does a male person become a woman? And then there's a whole conversation to be had there. But instead, we just want to frame it in different ways where we're constantly talking past each other. And nothing actually, no conversation of value is ever had. And that's fine. But this Connie Shaw person's pretense is that it's all about having conversations and debate. But it's like the dumbest shit ever. And you can't really pin that just on the people she's talking to. Because she's inviting dumb conversations with the kind of shit she asks and the kind of shit she says.
A woman.
You don't seem to understand what a transsexual.
Why? You can explain it to me.
Yeah, you transition from one sex to another.
But you can't change. How do you do that?
Gender reassignment surgery, hormone therapy.
But that can't change your sex, can it? Because your sex is in every cell in your body.
My sex was turned inside out by surgeons, buddy.
No, look, I can tell very much that you are a male person. I'm sure our viewers can see that as well. So in order to
look a bit closer, you might see that you could see very clearly I'm a transgender person.
How could I tell that?
What do you mean, how? I'm standing here.
I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious.
In a gigantic Transalorian outfit.
Is that what most... but you're the only one who's wearing this costume, so... No thanks, no thanks.
Oh, come on, you haven't lived.
Thank you.
Really?
No thanks.
You're the first person to ever turn me down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that true? So are you attracted to men or women?
That's not really any of your business, buddy.
Last year, he was also present at the protest outside Downing Street.
That person's a fucking weirdo, to be clear, but you're making it swat for yourself.
Where fetishistic men who have grown breasts by taking estrogen took their tops off to protest against the fact that the law says they cannot go into women-only spaces. Myself and 4 friends were also present.
Yeah, people just want to argue about what to call trans people. Who fucking cares what you call them? Call me a man, call me a trans woman, call me a fucking transsexual. I don't give a shit. It's about how we can make it work.
Holding up flags in favour of women's rights to single-sex spaces. This is what this chap had to say to Wesley Winter when asked what he thought about our counter-demonstration.
Do you want to say a few words about the counter-protesters? What are your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't mind going to bed with some of them, to be honest.
Go to bed. Lovely. So what? You're straight. You're straight. You're into women or into men? Is that?
I don't know. I just want to get laid.
Right. Lovely. Lovely. Yeah. What's your thoughts on these signs? As women-only sports, defend women's rights.
Touch some grass. You might like some trannies.
So you think they should go to the other side, try some trannies? Is that what they should do?
You shouldn't just, touch some grass. That's people's problem these days, if you ask me. They'll even know any transgender people. I bet not, Yeah. Everyone at work loves me.
I mean, you don't have to be attracted to them to get to know them, though, eh? I mean, it's not all about, like, sex and that side of things, no?
Yeah.
Hence, I just assumed that he would be willing to speak about his sexual preferences, since he has not only previously done so very openly, but has previously...
Why is this in here? Why are you justifying yourself? What? They really wanted to use that clip, I guess, because it'll outrage some of the kind of old women that watch. Like, Jesus.
Made sexual remarks towards myself and my friends. This man was also present at the girl guiding protest in favour of boys being allowed into girl guides. At the women's protests, there were speeches made by Maya Forstater, the CEO of Sex Matters, who won the landmark tribunal case that protected sex realist views in the Equality Act.
Yeah, this 1 year later thing. No, it was the 100 days, whatever it was. That was the one that all Willsey and shit were at. It wasn't this one.
Maeve Halligan from the Cambridge Society of Women, Mr. Menno, the gay rights activist, and
he's a nut, by the way.
Julia Long, the women and lesbian rights activist.
He's also a fucking nut, by the way.
As well as many more incredible men and women, all of them demanding that the government implement the law to protect women, girls, and same-sex attracted people. I spoke to independent MP Rosie Duffield, who is a long-time women's rights campaigner who has been demonised by many in Labour, which eventually led to her departure from the party.
So Rosie Duffield MP, why are you here today?
It's about time I did a march like this. There are lots of people, women and men, who know the kind of abuse that we face when we do these things and know that, if they're going to put themselves out there in their jobs and risk being cancelled or bullied, then why can't I?
And why is it that you think that this Labour government has delayed the guidance for implementing the Supreme Court ruling? Why are they doing that?
Absolute fear. I think they're frightened of activists within their own party, and there are plenty of them. They fought a long time to try and get the whip removed from me, to try and get me thrown out of the Labour Party. They're all still there, and some of the people that were actively investigating women like me and men are now on the Labour benches. So the Labour Party, I'm afraid, is now kind of run by those kinds of activists a lot of the time. So it's fear. They don't want to be...
The Labour Party is run by these kind of activists. That's why the guidance came out. And it was saying trans women shouldn't use women's toilets. Trans men shouldn't use men's toilets. It just didn't quite add up to me.
Cancel themselves. They don't want to have people actively bullying them like I was. So I think that's probably what's happened.
Before the Supreme Court ruling, it seemed that Keir Starmer wasn't really sure what a woman was, but then after the Supreme Court ruling, he suddenly realised what a woman was. Do you think he really didn't?
Wait, this is an old as fuck talking point. Wasn't the Keir Starmer what is a woman thing? Wasn't that from fucking years ago? They were going on about that when I first started. Hang on. From 3 years ago. He was saying adult human female after the ruling. He said trans women are women like 4 years ago. It was something from like 3 years ago. It's a pretty silly talking.
Didn't know what a woman was, and he needed a court.
Well, thank goodness, Connie, that someone told him. I think Tony Blair told him, didn't he, during the general election, and then the Supreme Court told him. I mean, to be honest, it's pitiful. It's not leadership, is it? I don't know, everyone knows what a woman is, so I don't know what that was about, but it's not it's not great political leadership.
And finally, I've just been to the trans protest over there that's a counter-protest to this one. Why do you think it is that so many of them wear masks and don't want to speak to us? And there are so many, why do you think there are so many adult men protesting against women's rights?
I think the truth is, it's misogyny and they hate women.
This is really...
And it's just another way of being violent and angry at women. I think that...
Are they being violent? Where's the violence? It's a protest. If there's any violence, they'll get fucking arrested.
That's the truth. All we're doing is fighting for our rights, not trying to destroy anybody else's. As you said when you had that encounter in the pub, no one's trying to cancel anyone else. We just want our own spaces, our own rights, and we're going to fight against them and for them, whether they're violent or horrible or angry towards us or not. But we know male violence. We're used to it.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Thank you.
Trans activists often claim that women's rights campaigners are exclusively older women and use this to somehow try to discredit them and somehow prove that women do not deserve single-sex spaces. Yet I spoke to many young men and women at this march, some of whom did not want to be on camera.
Also, men are allowed to be on your side, but not the other side.
Due to the potential backlash from peers, universities...
Also, why do you think it is that people conceal their identities on the trans side? Oh, by the way, here's why people might conceal their identities on our side. Like, it's so stupid, man. Like, there are legit criticisms of, like, the trans rights marches and shit like that. And this person just misses every single one of them and just goes for the dumbest talking points imaginable. Every time. It's actually painful to listen to. Like, it annoys me. I think it's particularly painful for me. Because I used to watch this kind of stuff and kind of take the side of these people. Whereas the more I've watched and the more I've thought about it, the more ridiculously I think a lot of these people are actually behaving. This is painful.
Or school.
I'm here with my mum, and I think that the Labour government have just ignored women's rights, and they're just trying to keep ignoring them. And if we don't say something, then they're just going to keep going, and women and children aren't going to be safe.
And what is it that you think that they're not safe? Like, why is it that it's women's rights that are impacted? What do you mean when you say that children aren't safe and women aren't safe?
Yeah, the double standards on both sides are just fucking insane. It's always about, well, it's okay when we do this, but it's not okay when other people do this. You know, we'll refuse to understand why people will conceal their identities on one side, but actively conceal people's identities on the other. Or make it, or give excuses as to why you'd want to. It's like insane. It's like some of these people have forgotten. And again, this does go to both sides to an extent. So many people are forgetting that we're all like human beings. And the kind of tendencies we have, and our thought processes and that, and our ability to make logic and stuff like that, is not really as different from one another as we're pretending. You know, it's so strange.
Down to single-sex spaces and just women being able to go into a changing room without men being there, and young girls as well, not being able to speak to anyone if they're.
Can I talk about the UK guidance that finally came out? I do intend to. It's just probably not going to be today. To be honest, it's going to be a lot of reading through to say this is what the law's been anyway. It's not really going to affect people as much as people on both sides are pretending. I might end up doing a scripted thing, to be honest, because I think that would be better. I think there needs to be someone out there kind of saying, this isn't really something worth freaking out over, you know?
There are men in their changing rooms.
And finally, lots of trans activists will claim that TERFs are only older women, that young people don't like to have anything to do with them. Do you think that's true, or do you think there are actually a lot of young women who would like to have their right to single-sex spaces?
I think.
Here's the thing that I've decided that the other side thing.
Fundamentally, probably nearly all women, or all women really do want single-sex spaces, and I think a lot don't necessarily talk about it.
I don't think this is even true. I think lots of women don't care. That doesn't mean we shouldn't listen at all to the ones that do want them. I think I'm a lot more like open-minded to those women than lots of trans people are, which is a shame. We should be listening to each other more. I've noticed this tendency with like progressive type. And a good example of this was a conversation I had with some, what was that guy's name? Like Black Plague J or something? We had like a debate when I did a call-in stream. And it became very apparent that you get these progressive types that if someone isn't on their side on something, they don't feel the need to listen to those people and understand where they're coming from. It's just, well, they're wrong, so they don't count. And that doesn't work. You can't be like that. And that doesn't fucking work. But even so, we are exaggerating. Like, both sides like to pretend, well, almost everyone agrees with us. Actually, plenty of people are in the middle. Plenty of people just don't actually think about this shit very often. And plenty of women might have shared a bathroom with a trans woman and just not really given a shit because nothing happened, you know? We always forget that there's these people in the middle that don't actually think about this and don't really care that much either way.
So it's important that young people do keep coming.
And why don't they talk about it, do you think?
I think it's probably just fear of sort of social exclusion, and a lot sort of feel something, but they might say it to their closest friends, but not voice it more publicly.
Why are you here today?
Because it's been a year.
I will say, people should be able to speak up and express their opinions and accept each other's opinions and not lose their shit over it. That is a massive failing on the progressive side and on the pro-trans side, for sure.
Since the Supreme Court ruling and the government, British Phillipson, still haven't implemented any of the rules, and as a lesbian...
Literally came out a day after.
It's really important that they do, because obviously as a woman, first and foremost, our spaces are so vital. And it's not just toilets like they claim it is, it's rape crisis centres, our changing rooms, prisons, our sports, scholarships. But as a lesbian...
Sports, almost all of whom have banned trans women, just so we're aware. I agree, they shouldn't be in there, but almost every sports authority has banned trans women, especially from like elite sports.
Lesbian, especially, the Supreme Court ruling was so important to me because it said that lesbians are attracted to same sex rather than biology, because there's young women over the other side. I saw their signs earlier saying that cis lesbians love their trans girlfriends. You're in a straight relationship, hon, and you're
debatable. You're dating someone that is male but post-op and looks more like a woman than a man. I don't think it's a problem calling yourself a lesbian, even though you're dating a male person. I think there's this autistic, like, sexuality is strictly based on the sexes of both people. If that's the case, most people are bisexual. And then really we should be talking about sex as some kind of continuum, sexuality as some kind of continuum or spectrum, rather than there being certain options, you know? So this doesn't make any sense.
You're fighting us, and the sign saying that the only turf is the only good turf is a dead turf, while screaming, "Please don't kill us! Please don't kill us!" It's crazy, and the hyperbole from my own so-called community is just disgraceful. But the energy is brilliant today, and it's a great turnout.
We talk about hyperbole whilst characterizing anyone that disagrees with them as like a rank misogynist, you know, characterizing them as violent. I haven't seen any violence so far.
There were some girls there with their mums who did not want to have to share toilets and changing rooms with boys. They said all their friends feel the same.
So, girls, why are you here today?
We're protesting for women who need to have their single-sex spaces.
Why are we bringing kids to protest? Why are we bringing kids to protest?
Back. Yeah, because it's not fair if someone...
I suppose if they really, really want to go, maybe there's an argument there. I just find it weird.
Someone claims their...
All I'm saying is, if these parents are unhappy that their kid has now seen Sarah Jane Baker's tit, well, they didn't have to come, you know.
A specific gender, it doesn't mean you're entitled to the rights of that specific gender, because you're not. You weren't born that gender.
And why is it so important for women and girls to have single-sex spaces, do you think?
I think it's really important because just because you claim that you're a woman, you're not biologically a woman, and so you don't want to be standing around a man who is a trans woman who has different private parts to you. It's just not...
What if they're post-op?
Okay.
And at school, do your friends agree with you about this?
Yes,
yeah, I would say definitely my friends would agree about this. If they were here, they would probably have lost their voices of them.
Yeah, you get the sense. Like, often when kids get into these kind of belief systems young, it's because of the parents. I don't know about like radicalizing your kids. I think that's like crazy. And when trans people do it, it's like grooming. And in some cases, I agree that it's grooming. In some cases, I agree that it's fucking weird and kind of gross. But like, I can't. Oh, it's weird. This is weird to me. Things should be able to be consistent. Things should be able to go both ways. But instead, what both sides want to do is argue for the right, for things to be okay when they do it, but not okay when the other side does it. And I just don't respect that from either side, you know? I think that's part of why I've ended up seeing like gender critical and TRA as the two sides of the idiot coin, rather than picking a side. And that's very much been to my detriment. Because if I picked a side, my viewership would probably be fucking double this, if not more. Because that's what I was doing before. And I realized that, and I realized I wasn't being myself. And that was the mistake I made, if you want to see it that way. Personally, I can sleep better at night that way, so I don't know, man.
Amount of their screaming.
It's people my age, so I'm 21, and I lost a lot of my female friends from school because they thought that my views, because I agree with you, and they thought that my views were so hateful that, or so wrong that they were shameful and they didn't want to be associated with me. But it's really encouraging to hear that younger women and younger girls have friends and who agree with them, because it's your own rights, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, definitely. Because you have to be entitled to your own rights. You can't change genders just to get...
I mean, there is one thing I will say to this, is that we shouldn't have really been introducing any of this trans stuff into like school to begin with. It shouldn't really have been thrust upon them in any way. Like, it really is more of an adult conversation. Like, in secondary school, I think you should understand that trans people exist. I've read the RSHE guidance numerous times, because it came up recently, because Helen Weberly and some fucking dipshit that she was talking to insisted on making up a whole lot of stuff about it. And they're saying, you know, people should understand the rights of different protected groups, you know, in secondary school. I think that's a perfectly fine thing.
But
I don't think it should go further than that, I guess. And the fact that we're like, you know, oh, we've got all these like trans teenagers in school now and stuff. It's getting a bit out of hand. So there is a bit of sympathy, I guess, I have.
Specific rights. Your rights are your rights.
I also spoke to some young men who were just passing by. They understood very well why women deserve single-sex spaces, and that men who demand access to them are probably the last men anyone should be trusting.
What do you think of these two protests? You were just walking past. Obviously, those people over there are trans activists. They disagree that women should have the right to...
Also, straight away we frame it in the way that makes us sound like the good guys and them sound like the bad guys. Oh, well, these guys agreed with us when we led them 90% of the way down the fucking path. Fuck off, bro.
Their own changing rooms.
This is manipulative. What do they think that they're agreeing to here? What do they think of the trans side based on your like assessment that you put on them? What would they think if they looked at it independently from how you've primed them? Like, Jesus Christ.
And these women think that women should have the right to have their own change rooms. What did you think when you walked past?
I think that what they're doing is ridiculous. I think that women have their own right to their body, and I think women should have a right to...
I mean, it's potentially they already have, like, preconceived notions, I guess, but still. It's still very dishonest.
Their own changing rooms. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, I don't agree with what they're protesting against at all.
And what do you think?
I believe women should have their own change rooms, and they're completely wrong, because biologically you're born a gender, whatever it is, male or female, and I don't believe you should be able to change that, because biologically you're a female or a male.
What would you think of a man who goes into a women's toilet or a women's changing room? What would you think of that man?
I don't know how to class it. I wouldn't say it's sexual assault, but I wouldn't say...
Even this is incredibly leading.
I wouldn't say it's not right. It's not right. If you're a man, you're a man. If you're a woman, you're a woman. You don't get to change gender. You're born as who you are. If you want to say that you're a woman, you can say that you're a woman, but you're a man or you're a woman. You can't pick between the two. You can't change who you are.
And you guys are quite young. Is this an opinion that's quite common? Do lots of your friends agree with you, or are there people at, at uni or school or whatever that disagree, or what do they think?
Well, some people who are going to agree with it naturally, and they've got their own right to their own opinion, but the majority of younger people now are disagreeing.
Yeah, he means like born with a sex, not a gender.
Agreeing with that view, because...
I can't really... It's hard for me to get bothered by people conflating sex and gender anymore, because everyone does it. And there isn't a particularly accepted version of gender that everyone's sick to. It means God knows how many different things now.
Just common sense at the end of the day.
Because lots of this stuff, lots of people think that it's young people who believe in this crazy woke nonsense. But actually there are some polls and some data that shows that young people are disagreeing with this, and they don't think that it's possible that a woman can have a penis, for example.
Yeah. No, I think especially nowadays, the younger generation is a lot more supportive towards the they're not supportive to them, they're more supportive to women have their own rights, men have their rights, you can't change gender. So I think, especially nowadays, younger people are a lot more supportive towards what is being protested here today for them.
I also spoke to a man who was in attendance and asked him why he felt it was important to support women's rights to single-sex spaces.
So why are you here today?
I've just come to show a bit of solidarity with these ladies here.
T-shirt. What is this fucking hat?
Why are you here today?
They make paedophiles afraid again.
I've just come.
Oh, pervert. Okay. Wow. Wow. Woman respecter. Woman respecter, everyone. Hey, we've got a woman respecter.
Show a bit of solidarity with these ladies.
Hey, it's so bad that grown men will, like, protest with the TRA. Fine when they do it with us, though. Fine when they do it with us, though.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's important what they're fighting for?
Well, you're just going to stick up for what's reality, you know, and truth. And I believe that I get very annoyed to see women getting so gaslit by this trans ideology, because everybody knows it's nonsense, but because you're women, you get bullied into accepting the unacceptable, quite frankly.
It's really lovely to see quite a few...
This person thinks happens to trans people that speak out. Do you think we get it any better? We get it worse sometimes.
Men here, because often women seem to be left on their own to fight for their rights, and it's nice to have other men here. Do you think that most men that you speak to understand why this is such a big issue?
I think most men know exactly what's going on. We know that most trans people, or the men who think they're women, it's inspired by degeneracy and porn, and many women, they sympathise with these people. They just think, oh, you're a poor man in a dress. They fall into an empathy trap, and it's all about virtue signalling. But most men know exactly what's going on, unfortunately, and I'm just trying to impress upon women not to feel sympathetic for these men. They're men. They can look after themselves.
Maeve Halligan, the president of Cambridge University.
Wow. Isn't it middle-aged men? Oh no, it's not. I can't remember. Suicide is like the biggest killer of like men under 45 or something like that. You wonder why. You wonder why. Just telling people not to care about them because they can look after themselves. Isn't that literally the problem? Isn't that literally the problem? That men aren't encouraged to seek help and aren't encouraged to like talk to people about their problems and understand that people are there for them and shit like that.
And I'm just trying to impress upon women not to feel sympathetic for these men. They're men. They can look after themselves.
Maeve Halligan, the president of Cambridge University Society of Women, spoke about not giving up on young women who have been caught up in this ideology, including those who have launched waves of abuse at her own society.
Of course, this isn't just...
Oh yay, speeches. You know what happens on speeches? People say curated as fuck things, and you don't really know what they're about, you know?
It's a question of women's rights, it's also a question of free speech, which for a long time now has been under attack at UK universities. The Higher Education Free Speech Act was passed, and in it, it's important to recognise, it says that universities have a duty not just to allow free speech, but to actively promote it. And the unfortunate thing is that CUSW is living proof of the fact that universities are failing, and they are especially failing young women. I mean, I'm extremely optimistic about the future of this movement, and I'm not going to apologise on behalf of young women, but I do recognise that up until now, there has been some really, really disappointing behaviour from young women, and all I ask, I'll end on this, is that you do not give up on us. Keep talking to your daughters, your nieces, keep teaching, talk to every young woman that you know.
Keep grooming. That's a joke.
I don't believe in calling any young woman a lost cause, and I never will, even when they're calling me backwards, bigot, fascist, TERF. I will never ever give up on any young women, and I don't want you to either. Thank you.
The most tragic thing about these protests is seeing how many vulnerable young people, particularly young women, have been indoctrinated. Twice the number of young women wish to identify as something other than what they are, i.e. female, than young men. We know that young women are more susceptible to social contagion, and that for many, developing into womanhood can be a very distressing time, particularly when being female often comes with the price of being sexualised from an early age.
So sad because they're
Yeah, it does sound a bit like toxic masculinity.
holding a banner that says protect trans youth. Some of these people here are so young, and many of them are young girls who are...
Bro, again, it's okay when we do it. It's okay when we do it. It's okay when we have fucking kids in our fucking protest. It's okay when we do it. I hate it. Fucking rancid. I'd be saying the same thing if fucking TRA types were making this kind of content. Oh, there's so many poor young girls getting indoctrinated into turfism. We've got a bunch of children on our side, but it's okay when we do it. It'll be the same fucking thing. It's so fucking... I actually miss me with this shit, man.
Are extremely vulnerable to being dragged into this idea that they could become a man, and if they start taking testosterone, it will break their bones apart. There will be a much higher risk of them having heart attack.
Never heard of that one before.
Into this idea.
I've heard of like bone issues, especially with like puberty blockers. I haven't heard that if you're female and take testosterone, it'll break your bones apart. What were you saying about hyperbole earlier?
That they could become a man, and if they start taking testosterone, it will break their bones apart. There will be a much higher risk of them having heart attacks. The mess that it causes their ovaries, that's why many of them end up getting hysterectomies, because the testosterone causes them so much pain, they then have to get their ovaries taken out. And you've seen some...
Yeah, they're trans. They're probably not very bothered about their ovaries being taken out. I've known cis women that would fucking kill to have their ovaries taken out because their periods are so fucking shit, you know? This is like me. This is like if they were to say about me, oh, you know, Mary took estrogen and that's going to make her balls fucking fall off. It's like, well, I don't want them in the first place. So I'm not super bothered about that one, to be honest, Chief.
Some of the older men who are here and these poor young people are just being basically used for a men's rights movement that is based on a fetish. And there are poor girls...
This is like actually retarded.
...girls being dragged into it.
We wonder why conversations don't work. You're seeing why in real time. They know that this is what you're about, so when you come up to them with a microphone, they ain't gonna fucking say shit. And they know that if they engage in civil debate with you, you're like, congratulate yourself. Oh, see, look, we can have a real conversation. Then the second their back's turned, you're calling them a fucking fetishist. You know what I mean? So why the fuck would they talk to you? But I think these retards know this, but they can spin it. You know what I mean? They can spin it because their audience are just gonna fucking eat it up. It's like, it's so annoying.
You can see how tiny they are.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Earlier it was, oh, these trans activists, they're all about the numbers. It's all like, oh, well, there's more of you, there's more of us than you. That's what the success rate is. It's on how many people are on each side. Oh, look how tiny the numbers are here.
You can see how tiny they are.
Unless they mean the people themselves, but usually it's look how massive and big and manly they are, right?
I asked one young woman whether she thought that the women on the other protest might have a point about female-only spaces.
Hi, would you like to say about why you're here? No? Do you ever wonder why it's a bit weird that there's like huge men on this march protesting against women's rights?
Possible. I'm not seeing like tiny people. I'm seeing like mostly adults.
There's like huge men on this march protesting against...
But now it's like huge men. Which is it? Which fucking is it? This is what I can never tell. Maybe I'm misrepresenting her. Maybe I'm not understanding. Well, I've made it clear as I can. But it's like, which is it? Oh, look at all these tiny young girls that don't know what the fuck's going on. Everyone in the march is full of like, it's all full of like fucking massive men who hate women, right? Right? Like,
Hi, would you like to say about why you're here? No? Do you ever wonder why it's a bit weird that there's like huge men on this march protesting against women's rights? Do you think maybe the women over there might have a point about why it's really important that women have single-sex spaces?
Women's rights, trans rights! One struggle, one fight!
She remained silent, obediently following the orders to not speak. Another young woman initially
not wanting to be content farm.
She seemed very keen to speak to me. That was until other trans activists pulled her aside to tell her that we were GB News and to not speak to us.
Hello. He's trying to interview. What?
It's almost like people fucking hate GB News. I wonder why that could be.
What are you interviewing? We're interviewing both sides of the protest today. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a very balanced thing. It's very balanced. It's a very balanced affair.
Would you like to say something about why you're here? Yeah, I'd love to. I'm your friend. Oh, I don't know if you know this person, but yes. Give her anything.
I beat my wicked plans. I am from Tennessee.
See, there's two ways of looking at this as well. On the one hand, these people are desperate for no one to talk to the press or talk to anyone where they might hear an opposite opinion. On the other, this person, this Connie Shaw person, is banking on this person not understanding the actual purpose of this. And she's just pissed off that people informed this person what the actual purpose of this was. Because it's not like she hasn't made it clear, like her position and stuff, you know? I think she's just disappointed that people informed this person what was going on and was preying on people not knowing, you know?
Speak to me. That was until other trans activists pulled her aside to tell her that we were GB News and to not speak to us.
Hello. He's trying to interview. Hello. What are you interviewing? We're interviewing both sides of the protest. Give her anything.
I beat my wicked plans. I am from Tennessee. Also,
I'm a young woman too. We can have a conversation. Yes, you are. Your scars are evidence that you're a young woman.
She pulled her top up to show me her mastectomy scars, where her breasts have been surgically removed, as if it were proof that she was in fact a man. Instead, it served as proof that she is in fact a young woman who is a victim of this evil ideology. Just before this interaction, we had been trying to walk away from
Oh no, not an elective surgery, Jesus Christ.
The protest to film a piece to camera without the noise of drums and shouting.
Can you be a victim of something if you chose to do it and are happy you did it? Am I a victim? Seeing as how I grew breasts as a male person and had my stuff rejigged or whatever, am I a victim of an ideology? Or was I an adult capable of making my own decision? I would like to think the latter, and if you insist that I'm the former, then you're patronizing me, quite frankly.
A group of trans activists followed us with a megaphone and music.
Can I be real though? Fuck Jackal Rowan.
Sorry?
Are you getting her off at the moment, are you?
Well, you can see what's happening.
They're chasing you down.
Yeah.
Women who transition are victims, men who transition are groomers. Very, very true. Yeah, very true.
There's a police officer over there trying not to laugh at me. I mean, look at the state of it! They think that this is going to try and convince people that you should be on their side. Look at the state of it!
The person with the megaphone was also at the Southwark protest at the start of this year. My guess is that this may well be a woman who has taken testosterone. She is clearly very vulnerable and has been extremely radicalised. She called the police fat.
Oh, it's gross. You're not a feminist. You can't. How can you call yourself a feminist and talk this way? That women can't make their own decision in this way. You know what I mean? Or female people or whatever. Because I guess they're trans men technically. Like, it's crazy.
Fascists for doing their job, both in Westminster and at Southwark.
That's just mean.
But yeah, if he's committed a crime, then you
I hate Glow.
That's outrageous. It's awful. That's outrageous. That's not because it does. It's not a wealthy individual.
Or was that Venice Allen woman that was briefly on one side? She is a fucking nutbag from what I've seen. And yes, by the way, I can have some agreements with a person, but still think they're a nutbag. That's absolutely fine.
Yes, you can send her back home.
Would you like to say something?
The guy with mask and glasses, yeah, he was the one carrying the sign. That he speaks freely person lost her fucking shit. I'm almost tempted, hang on. Wait. Oh, she's so much of a nothing that it's fine. She'll say she's been shadow banned. She spoke to fucking young Bob. I'm almost tempted to watch this because this woman is like borderline retarded. And young Bob is literally retarded. So it's probably quite funny. It was a video. Was it a live or a video? So much stuff. It was this, wasn't it?
What they think, we're going to try and get some interviews, and we'll see how it goes. Well, I'd like.
But yeah, it's the same person. Where does she lose her shit? I just want the bit where she loses her shit. It's very funny. And she just skulks back to the fucking women's rights side and listens to the fucking speeches.
Agree with what?
Do you agree with trans rights and human rights, or you're a fascist, huh?
I can't understand what you're saying with the mask. I really can't. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yes, face docs yourself for me, please.
Do you oppose this or do you support it, huh? Do you oppose trans rights?
Harass people. You're literally following me around with a sign. You're harassing me.
Why do you come here to yell transphobic straight at people, huh?
Sir? Huh?
Why do you come here to say I'm transphobic straight to people?
You're so aggressive. God, I'm just trying to film this speech. Yeah, okay.
Excuse me, mate. You're intruding on this woman's rights, yeah, you know that.
26 years old. Fucking hell, you're 26. But yeah, you know what? Fair play. It's going to stand you in good stead. You look young. Yeah, exactly. You know, fair play. Bigotry agency.
Everyone around.
Oh, these people are so lovely. God. I'm the one intimidating and harassing. Yeah, she came over to me, and you're the one who keeps following me around and sticking this sign in my face. Yeah, go on, follow me again. Follow me again so I can get it on camera. I'm not harassing shit, you idiot.
Kind of are harassing people a little bit. I don't see it as a big deal because it's a fucking protest, but like, still, you know, Pinnack and all that.
Why are you being abusive? Why are you being abusive?
Okay. Fuck off. You're a fascist. Fuck off, not like you.
In my ilk, and I did have all the other issues, sexism, racism, you know. But I'm 62. Shut up. I'm 60.
Clearly, go somewhere else.
And you guys are not wanted in the women's bathrooms. Men are not wanted in the women's bathrooms. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. Yeah, fine. Fine. Oh, fuck off. Oh, you know what? Shut up. You fucking piss off. Fuck off. Keep men out the women's bathrooms, you fucking idiots. You're predators. Any man who wants to be in the women's bathroom is a predator.
That the management on these gyms, these leisure
Owned by a piece of cardboard. I love it. It's fucking great.
Sarah Jane Baker had asked her to stop playing music in order so that he could speak to me.
He's going to try and turn them against themselves. Sarah's happy to speak to me.
I asked him about the behaviour of these activists.
That's sometimes the behaviour.
This is their right. This is.
But the thing is, like, if someone is happy to speak to you, they should be able to tell their mates that are trying to stop you from filming to stop. Like, you know, I can handle myself. I'm making the choice to talk to this fuckwit of my own doing. At the same time, they're doing it partly because these people are trying to sucker people into these, like, conversations and stuff, you know? Oh, GM, I can see your post, if that's what you're doing. If YouTube's hiding you, I don't know why, because I haven't done anything. Yeah, journalist, yeah. But yeah, like, they're doing it because sometimes these people are trying to, like, sucker these people in. Oh, we're just trying to get both sides of the conversation and stuff, where that's not really what's going on. You're trying to farm people for content. So people should be able to tell these people to stop playing music and stuff if they want. But you can see why it is that they do it, you know?
It's their choice. This is free speech.
Well, they're stopping the free press, but do you think that
free press?
But you've just had to tell them to stop because you're happy to speak to me.
They have to try. We can move to different places, but they have their right to do what they want on the street, as I do, as do you.
Well, not really. They were stopping us from filming. Why do they want to stop the free press? You just had to have
in good faith.
Of course I am. We had a really long conversation earlier.
Yeah, I know that. But these are political people.
Sure, but I imagine there are some people in that crowd who find it really annoying that this is the behaviour of some activists, because it doesn't make it look good, does it? No, it's making your side look really bad. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's up to them, you know, because while you've got the right to stand here and to film, equally they've got as much right to make as much noise as they want to make.
I agree, that's their right.
And as, you know, I'm sure that you know that there's...
I was very interested to hear from Sarah Jane's wife, but she had to go after Sarah Jane said so. I agree that they have the...
Guys, Sarah Jane Baker controls her wife, guys, did you know?
The right to make as much noise as they wish, but they do so in order to stop the free press, which I don't think does them any favours for their own cause. The trans movement seem to be digging their feet in and resorting to even more insanity and even violence, because they know that the law is not on their side, but in fact on the side of women. There were signs at this...
Yeah, if YouTube was hiding your comments, I'm sorry. I honestly haven't done anything.
This protests, which have also been seen at previous protests, stating that the only good turf is a dead turf.
Like, this is bad and stuff. And it's, like, fucked up. And it doesn't look good at all. At the same time, I just don't see the point in bleating about stuff like this anymore. Let's come back when these people are actually showing any signs of acting on this kind of stuff. I'm just bored of it. Like, how much violent shit do people say about trans people all the time? It goes both ways. We either stop whining about how mean everyone is now, or accept that it's just kind of part of it, especially when you go to a protest, or especially when you're expressing your opinions on the internet, on fucking X, or like on someone's Discord server or whatever. And just accept that it kind of just is like that. And if you're going around looking for like conversations, some people are going to react to you badly, even if you think you are being reasonable. So you just look for the people that are willing to engage with you. And understand that some people are not going to like you and just be like, okay, well, we're not going to have a conversation then. Much loss, you know what I mean?
And one with symbols that seemed very similar to that of the group Bashback, a militant trans group which has violently attacked the offices of Wes Streeting and the Equality and Human Rights Commission, as well as hacking the Free Speech Union's website earlier this year.
Yep, those people are fucking idiots, but I bet you people are down with like the suffragettes and stuff like that. They did some pretty violent action back in the day, but arguably it was for a good cause. You might not think that what Bashback is doing for a good cause, and I think Bashback are fucking idiots and are making things worse. At the same time, they feel the same way. You have to understand things from the other perspective, even if you disagree with it. Otherwise, what we do instead is endlessly just essentialize the other side down to a bunch of bullshit that is not true of most people. Like, in general, I don't think TERFs do want trans people to fucking kill themselves en masse. In general, I don't think TRAs are misogynists who want women back in the fucking kitchen. You know what I mean? We could actually try and understand what each side is saying and come back. Well, here's why I disagree. But we can't even get that. We just want to have conversations within our own groups now about how bad the other side is. And someone like this Connie Shaw person gives the pretense of wanting to have conversations across the aisle and understand, but I don't think she does want to fucking understand. If she did want to understand, she wouldn't be at these fucking protests. Because she knows the kind of reception she's going to get. And she uses that reception. Fuck me, I can't talk today. She uses that reception in order to paint a picture of the people so that she can go back to her side and continue having conversations about the people that she hates, where they're all just making things up about who these people are. That just seems like what everyone's fucking doing these days. And it's incredibly annoying on both sides. And that's why I'm very critical of both sides on this now. And I wish, like, I've made content where I've watched this kind of thing and taken the side of the shithead with the camera before. I'm not doing that anymore. And I'm kind of annoyed with myself that I used to get suckered by this kind of stuff. And the best thing I can do really is talk about why I've changed my mind. And be honest with the fact that, yeah, I used to have kind of dumb opinions on some of this stuff. And here's why I don't anymore, in my opinion. It's just insane. Everything is part of the problem here. Someone like Connie Shaw and this GB News shit, it's all part of the problem. It's all in service of just going back to your people and saying, look how bad the other side is. Well, you don't actually meaningfully understand the other side. And plenty of the people here don't actually understand gender critical or TERF or whatever. Like, I don't know. I'd rather make an effort to understand both sides and then come out with, well, this is why I disagree. And this is what I think is better. But most people aren't doing that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Connie goes to interview the most insane ideologically possessed people. Oh my God, they're all insane. Yeah, exactly. I looked up Connie Shaw debate on YouTube earlier. The most I got was, there were like 5 minutes at the end of something where she debates some Muslim woman. I might even find it, fuck it. This woman doesn't do debate. Like this is so fucking unbelievably fake and ridiculous. It's all just talking within the echo chamber. The echo chamber interviews itself about the people that we've been banging the drum about. But we're just making shit up. We're just making shit up. Like, what has this person appeared on? You know what I mean? Like, we've been on Vox Populi. We've been interviewed on Vox Populi. Echo chamber. We've been on fucking Talk TV. Echo chamber. Just interviewing each other about something that we've decided we're experts in now. Where we're not actually sitting there finding people willing to have conversations, because there are people on both sides willing to have conversations. But we're not finding those people. And we're not trying. We're just on our fucking platform feeding the echo chamber. It's like fucking rotten. It's disgusting. This is more shit. Like, the problem is, that's what's really fucking frustrating as well. Is that I feel like I have to be careful talking about stuff like this. Because I'm completely fucking hobbling myself. And like, I know I'm only gonna, you know, I bet if I watch my fucking sub count in real time every time I'm talking about this kind of shit, it's just down and down. And I've noticed what's happened since I've started seeing things from both sides a lot more. And all you can do by actually being honest and actually giving a fuck about the truth, it feels like sometimes, is hobble yourself. All you're doing is kicking yourself in the fucking shins if this is what you're doing. The way to do it on YouTube, just like any other media platform, is to pick a side and agree with everything on that side. And be yet another person preaching to the fucking choir. And everyone that's watching you also watches Connie Shaw or also watches fucking Jammy Dodger or whatever, whichever fucking side you're on. And that's how you do it. Being honest and being real is the wrong way to go about it. And that fucking sucks. And it's endlessly fucking frustrating. But, you know, what can you do? What can you do? Well, sure, you say forget sub count and stuff, but the people that are growing are the people just feeding the echo chamber. And it becomes a self-sustaining problem that just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Like this one. Yeah, supposedly she was on some panel. She was on Piers Morgan once or something. This is someone else's video. This was on GB News. There's this link to it. It's Nietzschean. I need to learn more about Nietzsche. I'm very behind when it comes to like philosophy. Like a lot of my angle talking about trans stuff really is from like lived experience. And about, you know, looking at a lot of the rhetoric, especially on the trans side, and thinking about how that relates to me, and often realizing that a lot of the official trans ideology has nothing to fucking do with why I'm trans and doesn't represent me, you know, and that's where I started from. I don't know, there are times I'm like, you know, it's overwhelming how much shit you need to learn to truly be good at this kind of stuff. But most people are starting from such a dishonest place. It's like, you know. Listen, the stuff with like audience size, it is ultimately just a frustration. It's not something that I focus on. But it is annoying that the way to go, if you want people to actually listen to you in larger numbers, like it's the model that is frustrating. I'm never gonna like sell out, and I wasn't selling out before. I overcorrected before, and I don't think I was coming at things from the right angle before. But it wasn't like a sellout thing. I was trying to work through it, you know. It was the point where I could have sold out that I didn't. That was where the problem started in that regard. It is not the end of the world, you know. It's. I do what helps me sleep at night, you know. I do what I think is honest, even if other people don't necessarily understand, you know. Fuck. What is this video? Like something about Islam or something? Because of course, you know, if you're anti-trans, you're probably also anti-Islam, you know. It is what it is. Is it this? Maybe it's this.
She had, as far as we can...
We have this pretty short debate. This is all I can really find of this person. The only people she wants to debate are random people at protests who probably have nothing to say. And she knows they've got nothing to say because she's been to lots of protests. And she's probably watched she has watched other people. She included like Wesley Winter clips and shit like that. It's like, it's fake. It's completely fake. It's completely, like, how do I even put this? The pretense is of trying to cross the aisle and just understand the other side. It's complete bollocks. There is nothing to it that should be taken at face value. So someone else comes in. I just want to see what happens when she actually talks to someone else who might be in any way like prepared, you know? I don't like talking about Islam particularly. But I'll just see what this is.
To call him racist, and like Nick Timothy replied to Steve Reed on Twitter, he said, "This is a very serious allegation. Could you please explain?"
When did she start? Like a year or two ago. There was a thing at her uni where she got in trouble. She got in trouble for telling someone to leave a women's toilet that was a guy in a club or something. And she had some kind of radio show at her uni where I think she got kicked out of like the union or the company or whatever for wanting to talk to certain people, which, to be clear, I don't agree with. And I have some sympathy for this person's like villain origin story or whatever. But they just turn into grifters. They just turn into fucking zombies. So there's nothing like compelling about any of these people to me. I kind of gave a lot of these people a chance, and I tried to be open-minded. Like I felt like other trans people weren't. You know what I mean? But when you actually watch what they do since they leave university or whatever, what they do with this anger that they have for sometimes righteous things, sometimes things that actually I have a lot of sympathy for. But then they take it and do like the most ridiculous shit with it, where they just become part of the machine. You know, I'm like, it just grosses me out. The more I've watched of this kind of shit, the more it just fucking grosses me out. Like, we're with like Free Speech Union now and stuff like that. We're actually going to watch something shortly. I have a Free Speech Union thing about the BBC, which we'll get onto in just a sec. Yeah, the Sargon, oh my god, the fucking Sargon shit. How people were defending the Jimmy Kimmel thing is utterly beyond me. But I should understand it. Because everyone's defending fucking Ethan Klein for like suing people like fucking Noah Samson, calling him a genocide denier. That's a fucking opinion, bro. I've watched the video. That's free fucking speech. Everyone understands free speech until they can fucking weaponize it against someone else. So I understand, actually. Like, a lot of people just have no fucking principles around this shit. And it's just team sport. And it's like, oh, the guy I like is going against these annoying lefties, who I agree are annoying. I watched the Noah Samson thing. At points, I disagreed with him. At points, I'm like, this is like preachy and irritating. At the same time, I kind of agree that Israel probably shouldn't be bombing the fucking shit out of people. Like, I'm actually like, I've been having just like existential crises one after another over some of this shit. And I can't believe like how shit has ended up. But anyway, yeah, sorry, I have a Free Speech Union. But yeah, so she, what was it? Yeah, she wanted to interview Graham Linehan. I didn't see a problem. If you want to interview Graham Linehan, I don't think you should shut shit like that down. You know, like, I don't like Graham Linehan. I think he's honestly fucking embarrassing. I need to find an excuse to mention him in a video so I can accidentally call him Gary Glinner, because I think that would be very, very funny. And when you search Gary Glinner in Google, you get his fucking Wikipedia, which I find hilarious. So yeah, this is the thing. Sometimes I have sympathy for what sets these people off initially, but then they just get sucked into the machine and they just become another fucking hypocrite with no fucking principles and doing blatantly fucking dishonest shit to further the fucking echo chamber on their side. It disgusts me. Like, the things that I need to talk about in like a scripted thing where I can make a fucking thing and really nail down my opinions and put them in the best way I possibly can. Like, the list is like growing and growing. And again, like, stuff like this, I do need to like get into some of this stuff as well. I can't just be criticizing TRAs all the time. I am going to always be criticizing TRAs because I have a lot of fucking problems with them. But it can't just forever be anti-TRA and nothing else, because it just doesn't work that way for me.
To whom I have been racist towards. And it's also baffling that Steve Reed and I suppose other Labour MPs can't comprehend that perhaps Kemi Badenoch agrees with him. Perhaps it isn't because she's scared about him defecting to Reform. Perhaps she agrees with him. And that's one of the reasons why actually Kemi Badenoch has been an excellent voice talking about this, going back to her Laura Kuenssberg interview a year ago now, talking about multiculturalism and the issues that we have, the press conference she did with the Policy Exchange about the trouble we have with separatism in this country. Kemi Badenoch has been very strong on this point.
If you listen to anyone long enough, I don't know if I agree. I'll always, if I listen to anyone long enough, I will always find places where I disagree with them. But I think there are plenty of people, you know, there are people I've been friends with for a long time that I don't think are like hypocrites. I mean, everyone has bias, obviously. Everyone has stuff that they might say that I might disagree with. But I don't think everyone is going to turn out to be a grifter or to be full of shit.
2 years, 10.
Ooh. Oh, thank you so much, Mischief, for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, it's been 2 years. I've been doing this for 2 years. I didn't want to mention it because it's almost embarrassing in a way, but yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
So for them to claim that...
By the way, the whole racism, Islam... Obviously, you tend to sort of picture a particular person of a particular race when you think of Islam, you know what I mean? You're thinking of Middle Easterners, you're thinking of, you know, Pakistanis, you know, Afghans, Middle Easterners, you know, that kind of thing.
That this is all because she's worried about Nick Timothy going to Reform is, again, they're just ignoring what's going on in front of them. Kemi Badenoch, I think, agrees with Nick Timothy, and it's fantastic that she is backing him.
Yeah. Right, Fahim Mohammed.
Yeah, I think it is 2 years today. When did you message me? Was it last night? If it was last night when you messaged me about it, I can't.
It is here. Fahima, good morning. Thanks for joining the Late Show Live. Not sure how much of the conversation you've caught, but just your reaction, please, to Connie's...
Dankula. Didn't even Dankula kind of cuck out over Jimmy Kimmel? Let me just have a look. Sorry, I appreciate I've been like tangenting and just going off on one. Yeah, what did Count Dankula say about
What?
I mean, all the comments are actually very anti-free speech. There's a lot of people that will say things like, "Oh, well, he deserved it because he was on the wrong side or whatever." I have a feeling. Listen, I don't want to keep tangenting like this. And listen, everyone has their L take. Maybe this is a misstep for Count Dankula, and some other stuff I agree with him. I certainly don't agree with all the taxation is theft kind of shit. I think that's utterly stupid. But he was consistent on the Bob Villain thing. That is something. Like, the Bob Villain thing was ridiculous. Like, it's free speech is important. I'm sorry. It doesn't just exist for one side and not for the other. And it pisses me off how many people are able to fly under the radar, pretending that they care about free speech. And then every time someone's free speech gets revoked that you don't like, suddenly there's an excuse for it. I hate that shit. I'm just gonna lose my shit if I carry on like. Yeah, people he's saying about like lying and stuff. I don't know. I have a feeling this video is incredibly unprincipled. But yeah, I don't know. I'd have to watch this in my own time, to be clear.
Interaction with Matthew Wright. Matthew Wright just dismissed her the other day on LBC saying anti-Muslim hate because she had...
You got swept right with the people that embraced him during the pug thing. I mean, that would suggest audience capture to me, but obviously I'm going on what you're saying. I do try not to believe what other people say about people. What I have found is people are generally very okay with hearing someone else's opinion about me and then just taking it on, having absolutely no idea what I'm about. So I try not to do that to others. I'm sure I'm not perfect with that, but, you know.
As far as we can tell, legitimate concerns about that mass prayer event in Trafalgar Square.
Well, let's be clear from the start. Nobody's trying to ban criticism. Anyone is perfectly free to say what they like. But I'm equally free to say that calling a lawful, peaceful public display by Muslims an act of domination is inflammatory, selective, and completely unsupported by the facts. You know, this is...
Okay, so criticizing what's being said while saying, well, you should be able to say it.
The exact problem with this framing. It takes the existence of a fringe extreme threat, which nobody sensibly denies, and then uses it as to cast suspicion over ordinary Muslims engaged in lawful public worship. Okay, you do not protect the public by blurring the lines between extremists and millions of Muslims who have nothing to do with it.
I actually agree with it.
You want to talk about history, then maybe we should also talk about the history of, England having, dominated the entire, colonized the entire world for decades, okay? You want to talk about association. What about association with reform and Russian leaks? So come on, at the end of the day, this is absolutely ridiculous. This is not about a Muslim takeover, and this, this week has only exposed Muslim domination, not really, it's actually exposed how quickly some politicians turn ordinary Muslim presence into national panic, and the threats to religious freedom for any group are threats for every group. And this is from the Jewish News UK. And there was actually an attack in the mosque in Manchester this Saturday, vandalized, with more than 5,000.
Listen, I don't want to get into this conversation particularly. I'm just interested in how she deals with back and forth with people that actually prepare and actually have nailed down opinions on stuff.
1,000 cash of donations stolen, 30,000 of damage to the property, including a school inside the mosque. This is the impact of your inflammatory kind of, excuse of a pathetic way of speaking when you're trying to blame everyone under a banner which is legal, and even the Church of England's lead bishop of interfaith engaged.
You don't think England colonized the entire world? It kind of seems like we damn sure tried, to be fair.
said that this was not an act of cultural imposition or division, but a moment of hospitality.
Wow.
So this issue here is not free speech. It's an issue as to why Muslim visibility in public is being treated as uniquely threatening. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't.
Oh, so there wasn't even a back and forth. There wasn't even a debate. Okay, what? Like, so fucking. Oh, it's fucking rotten. This is what I mean. Sometimes all I can do is like fucking soy out without any clear, like, you know, expression of what I'm actually trying to say. I do think this kind of gender critical echo chamber stuff, which is not aimed at all gender criticals, by the way. I don't think every gender critical is like. I think there is like a machine that has formed around things like GB News and probably Free Speech Union to an extent. That it's like anti-understanding. It's against reaching across the aisle. It's against conversation. It's against, you know, whatever we call the fucking free market of ideas. Because this fucking person doesn't participate in that shit. It's like bullshit.
My main concern is to make sure that young people realise that they are perfect the way they are in their healthy bodies and that they do not require any surgery to make themselves better. That to be a lesbian...
I don't think that me getting surgery made me better, to be clear. I just find it preferable.
...or a gay man is completely fine, no matter how gender non-conforming...
Anti-Palestine protest pieces. I'll have to have a quick look. I actually haven't been on their website, their YouTube channel a huge amount. I'll be honest, like, the anti-Palestine protest stuff, I don't actually get it. I don't know why. I don't know why you would show up to a Palestine protest and like shout at people. Like the amount of people I've watched, and I watch like really obscure shit sometimes, of these people doing these like Charlie Veitch impressions, where they show up to a Palestine protest and stuff. It's like, well, they're pissed off that like tens of thousands of people got the shit bombed out of them. People who are often like poor and don't have the mobility, don't have the funds or the resources to get the fuck out. So they just get fucking flattened by a country that's richer and more powerful than them and has richer and more powerful allies than them. I can kind of see why people protest that shit. Like, why, I don't know. I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. That's another thing, though. It's difficult to express, like, pro-Palestine stuff. Because it just gets sucked into this insane, like, black and white shit. Where if you're pro-Palestine, you must be pro-Hamas. If you're in any way anti some shit that Israel's doing, you're like an anti-Semite and stuff. It's like, the more... And I think because I've been listening to a lot of the Ethan Klein stuff again recently, it's just becoming insane. And it leads to people feeling that they can't express often very reasonable opinions because it'll be taken into like completely unreasonable places with or without your consent to. Like it's frustrating as fuck.
...conforming they are. Because, as you have seen, the most vocal parts of this movement are fetishistic and dangerous men who've been able to capitalise off vulnerable young people.
This really hasn't been shown, by the way. This whole, like, fetish angle, it gives the game away, doesn't it? Well, if in doubt, we can just say, oh, all the people on that side are pervert. When most trans people are actually just normal people like anyone else. Let's be real. Maybe some of them have some pretty wacky fucking ideas. But in abstract, you take any one trans person that's been in one of these protests, there's every chance they live a perfectly reasonable life, where maybe they have a job, where maybe they have people around them, they have friends and family that they're actually really good to, believe it or not. You know what I mean? You can find someone objectionable in some way, but understand that they probably are basically a decent human being. You know, like, and I notice sometimes, you get some people that I think, like, it's interesting the way that people talk about people they don't like. Because you get some people that they'll see some things they don't like about a person and then start speculating about what else must be wrong with them because of it, when you have no fucking way of knowing that. It's like, I'm sure there are people that A-log someone like me, that they're thinking, oh, I bet this person, like, fucking beats their partner and shit like that, when actually I'm a pretty okay partner, I think. I think I'm quite good to partner. But there's this, you can't humanize, like, you have to be able to humanize people, I think, even if you don't like them. Unless you have evidence, which makes it reasonable not to. Like, I don't know. Am I being clear? Am I making any fucking sense? I don't know. I've just been fucking ranting for the last 20 minutes, it feels like. Anyway, this video is almost done and we got something else to watch. Let's just fucking go.
These heterosexual men have absolutely nothing in common with young women, often lesbians, who are uncomfortable in their bodies, or young gay men who decide that—
This woman isn't a lesbian, by the way. I don't think. Maybe she's bi. I'm pretty sure she's not a lesbian. Like, you tell this to my partner, I'm technically a heterosexual man, depending on how you look at it. I don't know. She'd probably feel like she has more in common with me than this person, but okay.
that life will be easier pretending to be a heterosexual woman because of the fact that they face homophobia as a gay man. One day, I'm sure Bridget Phillipson will wish that she had just been brave and got on with it, and every other MP who sat on the fence
literally put the guidance out the day after,
worried about what people might think of them for daring to stand up for women and vulnerable children, will hang their heads in shame. I'm Connie Shaw, this is GB News Originals. Make sure to like and subscribe for more reports like these.
I forgot to like.
Well, millions of people around.
Shut up, Piers. I forgot to like and subscribe. I'm so sorry. Anyway, that was that. Jesus fucking Christ. Starting to look like a I mean, the eyebrow piercing. The eyebrow piercing suggests something. She's either a little bit lesbian or she really, really likes nu metal. You know what I mean? Anyway, GB News. Jesus Christ, I took fucking ages doing that. I'm so sorry. We have one more thing to watch, which I will try and get through at a vaguely reasonable pace, then not pause every 10 seconds like fucking clockwork and sway out. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat on YouTube or Streamlabs in the link in chat. You can join my channel if you want to support me further. I have a Discord. I make music. You can check my music out. I have a Patreon if you prefer that. I don't know, option. But please do like the stream at the very least. It's free to do. Takes nothing. But yeah, I wanted to watch this quick. I made a video a while ago about the BBC. I think it was pretty decent. I was still a bit more like anti-woke than I guess I am now. And I think it still kind of shows, you know what I mean? I'm sure I used the term trans ideology or gender ideology unironically. But yeah, this was another thing that pissed people off. I was very, very against the Trump BBC lawsuit. I still am. Fuck that shit. Disgusting. It's almost like suing people unjustly is a disgusting thing that no one should do. And it's amazing to me that you get so much pushback for saying so. But it is what it is. Yeah, I made a video. So I made this video about a Telegraph thing, a Telegraph article that amplified a report written by someone, which in part stated that the BBC has pro-trans bias. I think this was a decent video. It didn't even get 1,000 views, which is a shame. You know, people don't want this kind of thing. I understand that. It was something that I really wanted to make, so I'm glad I did, and I'm generally proud of what I did. I don't really think that the BBC is particularly pro-trans bias. Certainly in excess of how the culture was. You could make a case, but you could also say, like, if we're saying, oh, in 2020-ish, like, most of it was pro-trans. It probably was, because the culture was like that a certain way. At the same time, in 2020, the BBC was pushing, like, the Newsnight stuff. Like Hannah Barnes, you know, Deborah Cohen, Emily Maitland. All the stuff about the Tavistock Clinic and stuff. That was the BBC. And no one seems to want to fucking talk about that. It's all just, oh, well, they did some puff pieces about some fucking trans wrestler and stuff. So I have little time for the idea that the BBC is, like, captured with, like, trans ideology and stuff. I think there probably were certain incidents. I think there probably were some issues. But I think way too much of a meal was made of this BBC bias thing. So he did an article for Unheard. Oh god, this is going to take longer than I was hoping, isn't it? Yes, I want to go to the... Jesus. So he did a thing for Unheard, which is a gender critical thing. Got Kathleen Stock on here. I mean, I don't honestly mind Kathleen Stock. Okay, actually. She's a lot more reasonable than some people that get involved. But being reasonable doesn't sell, so... What are we claiming here? Hang on. Are you fucking serious? I'm not paying I'm not paying £3 for this. I'm not paying $19.99 a fucking quarter for this. I didn't, like, we've got the Tavistock files, so he must at least acknowledge, like, what the BBC was doing around the Tavistock clinic, that it was them breaking the fucking story. So I can't even read it. Okay, amazing. Well, we'll watch the video and see what we can get from it then, I guess, because I have been cucked. There we go. Like the stream, etc.
Loads and loads of people like me left the BBC. There was a culture inside the BBC which was young people are kind of wise. Newsnight staff to go on a kind of away day with the trans lobby. What was being told to them? The message was do what we say. That was minor. The juggernaut of trans rights issues had the explicit support of the BBC. You had this perfect storm. It's like the world was going mad, so we went a bit mad too.
It can be exceptionally difficult to find reliable business insurance which also has fantastic customer service, which is why MB&G Insurance is an absolute lifesaver. I'm Tom Harris, Director of Analytics at the Free Speech Union. MB&G Insurance is a motor group and a high relations.co.
To the Free Speech Union podcast. I'm David Rose, the FSU's Director of Policy and Research, and my guest today is Rob Burley. For many years, he occupied senior editorial positions at BBC News. Last weekend, Rob wrote a blockbuster article for the website Unheard, which revealed serious problems with the structure and the function of BBC News. He suggested that it had been subject to a kind of institutional capture. He focused on one main issue, the transgender.
Yeah, the other thing to remember with, like, claims of bias is that there is bias everywhere. Every news outlet is in some way biased. Maybe the BBC does have elements of bias that go along with the culture of the day. And to my mind, like I said, I made a video about it. I show a lot of... What's up, Mary? There were a lot of instances where some of these claims of bias were probably somewhat true, but seemed to be being corrected on. There was this memo thing that was complete dog shit. All of the points it was raising was stuff that the BBC seems to be getting better at, and it just had no acknowledgement of. So yeah.
The debate. But there's much more in what he said and what I hope he'll say today, which suggests that all is not well at Broadcasting House. Rob, welcome to the podcast. Thank you very much for coming. Now,
we value free speech so much that we paywall our people's free speech.
You tell a long and complex story in your Unheard article, but just before we get on to that sort of nitty-gritty and set out this history, just tell me a bit about yourself. I mean, how did you get into journalism? You worked, I think, for an MP at one time. I mean, you must have had views then because you were working for views now, but I mean, the journalists don't lose their views. I mean, obviously, when they're at the BBC, I was never, whatever my views are about anything, that's never been as important to me as the purpose of trying, when I was there, of trying to achieve impartiality. Other people, want to do journalism which is about their views. That's what they're into, and obviously there's a proliferation of that kind of material out there at the moment. And the BBC, was unique in its efforts to, well, not unique because obviously there were impartiality issues for ITV, but in terms of the BBC, that was the absolute sort of mission. And so I was attracted to that. I mean, I worked for a Labour MP, Paul Flynn, who's now RIP. He was a great man, and I never really liked working in Parliament. That didn't really turn me on particularly.
I ever see Panodrama, Tommy Robinson's so-called expose on the BBC? I don't know if I have. I don't like Tommy Robinson, to be honest.
I was quite into. I was very into television and particularly clashes between politicians and interviewers that had sort of interested me as a child, strangely. So I was a kind of 9-year-old who watched the Brian Walden program Weekend World on a Sunday lunchtime.
Was that the one that kind of revealed a lot of stuff about him, like making all sorts of claims about some like Syrian child that supposedly beat someone up?
That kind of thing, and so that's what I wanted to do, and I got into that.
You should talk about. I did speed it up. I do need to get through this. I don't want to be streaming all evening.
Specifically, very much preparing interviews and plotting them.
You work with big names.
Yeah. So it's amazing. It was a privilege to work with Paxman and Andrew Neil and Marr and Emily Maitlis. Lots of very big names in that particular field of interviews. And so I worked on Newsnight, deputy editor there. I was editor of the Andrew Marr show, and then as you say, I then ran the department.
Now, In your article, you set out very dramatically how it dawned on you as a producer at Newsnight that, on this one issue, the trans debate, suddenly things were happening. Tell me about that and what you discovered had been going on when that extraordinary event took place.
Yeah, it was really
2014.
Yeah, 2014. So it's very early. So it was prompted by. I mean, it wasn't new. The idea that somebody famous.
He's talking fast. Okay, I'll slow it down. It's on 1.25, dude. It's on 1.25. Okay, it's on normal speed. If it's still fast, then this is just how we talk. I'm not doing like less than one.
Even someone famous that people maybe in their middle age would suddenly say, look, I actually want to change my sex or my gender, how we'll get into. I'm a man and I want to identify as a woman and therefore I will dress in that way and I will change my name, etc. So we'd seen this before. This was not a totally new idea. But but when it happened, there was maybe a little frisson of interest to people wanting to see what people looked like, and there was nothing much beyond that was really said. But then Frank Maloney, the boxing promoter, who sort of became Kelly Maloney after about a year after retiring from that very macho male in sport, suddenly presented as Kelly, and this was interesting because to me the reason I latched onto it was because there was a bit of a critique coming from feminists saying, so you've been a man your whole life and you've benefited from all the things that flow from that, including this sport that has been very macho, and you now are miraculously a woman, and I'm raising the question of whether that was.
Just did a takedown of the BBC. As in Tommy Robinson. Hang on. Kind of drama. I can't remember. I'm not super up on my Tommy Robinson lore.
Fair or right. Now, I personally didn't really have a problem with him doing it, but I thought that's interesting. There's some politics with a small p here in this issue, and there was also kind of at the time what was then a kind of nascent new sort of movement in the trans space about people like Paris Lees saying. Demanding kind of, demanding certain things to do with what they would say rights about being regarded and treated as the gender, the sex they wanted to be treated as. So that's quite interesting too. So I thought, how are we going to, so I thought, well, let's do something, let's discuss this stuff. And I wanted to do something quite discursive. I didn't really want to do like a big argument. So we thought we'd have a trans man and a trans woman, which we did, Paris Lees, and I forget the name of the trans man now. And then we wanted a third.
Trans men always get fucking cocked. It's almost funny in a way.
Position. So my producer, who was working very hard on this, was finding, getting anyone else to do it was quite hard because the feminist he approached was being said, no, we're not going to go near this because it's very toxic, and we didn't really know what was going on. And then eventually he found actually what I thought was a really interesting angle on it, which was a trans woman who said, I identify as a woman, I dress as a woman, all those things.
That's fair enough. I'd have to look at it, to be honest. I'm not super down with my Tommy Law these days. Can't say I'm a fan of him though.
But I know that I'm not a woman. I'm actually a man who wants to do this, and I'm worried about things like single-sex space.
I did enjoy the Tommy Robinson thing, where he went to Israel, and he was all doing this like, I've done the Holocaust music. Yeah, I've done the Holocaust music. I just get it now, I just get it. I've done the Holocaust music. That was great. That was pretty great.
So this was really interesting, and so what we were proposing here was 3 trans people on a program on Newsnight, a very high, well-known program, to discuss some of these issues, which is, that's exactly what I was kind of in it for, like new conversations about things, really interesting. And then at a certain point in the evening, when we announced the name of the third person, who was a trans person, remember, the 2 other trans people, Paris and this other person, pulled out at the last minute and said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to debate our existence.
And did they give a reason?
No, they said this is essentially they suggested that it would be something which denied their existence and put up for debate their existence. I mean, the idea that we would.
On the one hand, pretty cringe. You should be able to. I mean, that shouldn't be a reason not to. But at the same time, if any one person doesn't want to have a conversation, they can say no. I don't think we're not debating our existence thing is good when everyone does it. I don't know, it's a tough one.
Denying their existence by putting them on the television to talk about their experiences is kind of bizarre.
But it was just because we're going to have a trans person saying that, in their view, it was not appropriate that biological males should, for example, be housed in women's prisons or use single-sex changing facilities.
Yeah, Miranda Yardley, a trans woman, not only saying that, raising those issues very early in this, and remember this became dominant after a while, but also saying that she would say she's a she and she would dress as a woman, but she didn't go around saying that she was actually a woman.
Yeah.
Right? I mean...
Yeah, true. If they decided they don't want to do it, it's not the BBC's fault. It's those people's choices, ultimately.
This seemed to me at the time, I thought that, oh, everyone knows that, right? They're not actually a woman. But this was obviously something that was unacceptable to and so what it did then, it made me think, there's something different going on here. There's a different approach. There's a kind of a militancy to it and a kind of willingness to kind of just openly refuse to to take part in what democracies need, which is conversation about different view about rights and different trade-off of things, and work things through and start the conversation. It wasn't going to be a conversation. It was going to be, this is what we believe, and we are not going to talk about it in that way.
So one's assumption, given the Reithian ideals, the licence fee and the whole constitution of the BBC, is that once you'd had this pretty bruising experience of having your guests withdraw at the last minute because these were unmentionable subjects, you would have received massive support both from your own staff at Newsnight and from the rest of the BBC hierarchy. Is that what happened?
Well, I think at the time, Ian Katz, who was the editor at the time, was he made a public statement about it, saying it was in terms of, he responded to Paris Lee's just saying that her questioning the logic of her position. So he was supportive, but the decision was made not to run and I think I understand why, not to just run the interview with this one single unknown trans woman. So there wasn't an item. You could argue you should have done it anyway. But then I left Newsnight shortly after that, and then I put in the piece. It wasn't very long after that there was a kind of a arrangement was made for the Newsnight staff to go on a kind of a way day with the trans lobby, people involved with the trans rights issue, the lobby there.
And when we say the staff, you mean all the staff?
Yeah, all the staff,
including like Evan Davis.
Yeah. And they had a. I mean, I'm not against that per se. It's interesting that was, I never heard of that before. There was a kind of, it was kind of
Evan Davis, isn't he the guy that commentates Dragon's Den? Like someone walks up the stairs and he's like, "This man walked up the stairs." That guy. Is that him? Yeah, Dragon's Den. Yeah. Okay.
Let's learn their perspective. But in fact, I think from I gather it was very cordial. But they were kind of saying, you shouldn't have person X or Y. You should have this or that. They were open about their view that the normal rules shouldn't apply.
And what was being told to them? I mean, what was the message given by the trainers, if you like?
Well, the message was do what we say, cover it in this way. Don't if you were trying to if you're debating.
I mean, this is the kind of thing I need to see actual evidence of, and most likely there might be evidence in this particular article that he wrote, and I can't read it because I'm not fucking paying for it. So what do? Take his word for it? Well, I mean, if you're paywalling your shit, then people are just not going to know. You know what I mean?
Debating our existence was the thing that always was said. If you're being, don't construct programs that.
And the other thing is, do the BBC not deal with lobby groups a lot? Would that not be a fairly normal thing?
That question our existence.
I mean, this was a period when it emerged that a male sex offender had been housed in a women's prison where he had committed further rapes, for which he is now currently still serving a life sentence.
Well, that was a little bit.
It was a bit Karen White, I'm guessing.
Later, but you're right. That did happen, and I think that was. I mean, what happened in the period between those is really important. Is because despite my experience in that, with this particular program, etc., that was minor. The juggernaut of trans rights issues was continuing to move and had the support of basically the explicit support really of the BBC, because the BBC in 2013. Before that event, had signed up to this the idea of self-ID.
Signed up?
Yeah, but yes, I mean they had. So the BBC has a thing called the Style Guide. It's kind of it's just a set of rules, really.
Yeah, the Style Guide came up in the report that I covered in my video that I said was shit, and it was. It wasn't a very good report. They must have updated it since this guy's report, because whatever his problem was, I couldn't find it. Let me just see if I can find the is it this bit? Let me just see if it was this bit. Following these bullet points, Prescott rehashes another of Grossman's criticisms, that being that the new style guide states that for most people, their gender identity and sex are the same. He suggested adding a caveat that some reject the notion of a gender identity, and Prescott asserts there has not been an update since Grossman's report. However, when I check the style guide for gender and sex, it states under gender identity. We should be aware that the concept of a gender identity is contested by some. To me, it looks like Prescott is either wrong here, or it's been updated since the memo was leaked. Yeah, that was the part about the style. Okay, let's see where he goes.
That journalists can refer to about what's appropriate language to use.
And this comes from the sort of high policy echelons of the corporation.
Yeah, it's an official document, and in 2013 it changed its advice. It's the way that it presented, the way it tackled that particular question, these questions around trans, by saying that the assumption is we will refer to people by who they say they are. Right, not any other judgment. If they're physically,
I don't see a huge problem with this, to be honest.
Biologically a man, they say they're a woman, then they're a woman.
I think the BBC has been good in general for being unbiased. Do you still think they misuse the term far right? I don't know. I'd have to see examples, to be honest. Obviously, even something like the BBC is not going to be perfect, but it's better than any of the other media if what you want is unbiased. There's still going to be some of it, like, you know, culture is going to inform how it operates. Whoever's in government is probably going to inform it to a certain extent. Bear in mind, you know, even when it's been like Tory governments and stuff, it's been people like, you know, Theresa May and stuff like that in charge who've been fairly pro-trans. That'll have an effect. The culture has been what it's been. The BBC is generally decent. Like, when I find BBC articles, it's usually just kind of dry and kind of just states the facts, and I prefer that. Whereas you go on the Telegraph, the, you know, GB News, you're getting like heavy bias in comparison. So even if the BBC isn't perfect, I still think it's way better than most things. And it sort of has to be because, you know, it's taxpayer funded. Me personally, I think it's a good thing. Because if all we've got is like incredibly biased media, then, you know, I can only see that making things worse. And further, like, dividing people. Because everyone's just getting their news from, like, one biased source or another. And seeking out what gives that kind of bias. And not having an alternative that isn't either, you know what I mean? And truthfully, both sides say that the BBC is biased. So to me, it's probably doing something right, to be honest.
We will refer to them that. We'll use those pronouns. So the BBC, this is a point when it wasn't particularly talked about, really, but because of access there were people from who were campaigning about this stuff, were getting access to BBC People, and shortly after that, Stonewall became involved at a certain point.
Now, Stonewall, of course, had an extremely militant pro-trans position at this point.
Well, Stonewall. The thing about Stonewall is Stonewall were unimpleachable in many people's eyes. So they were in the basket, which says good. That's a good thing.
Because they'd fought for gay rights for many years.
You don't want to be the squares who are against.
Yes, I think he probably has some point with
that kind of thing. You want to be on the right side of history.
It's very easy to say, "Oh, you disagree with Stonewall? What, you're a homophobe?" And I think there probably has been problems around this kind of thing. There's an awful lot of businesses. Maybe the BBC is similar. Like, was the BBC on Stonewall? Hang on. What is it called? Fuck. What is it called? The BBC's like, not BBC, Stonewall's like diversity, like accreditation. Proud Employers Accreditation. Is BBC on that? You wonder. It's something you apply for. And then what they usually do is bring in fuckheads like that Katie Neves person to tell their staff how to be more trans inclusive, whilst banging on about how he kept wearing his sister's knickers and shit. I don't know where I'd find that, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't like Stonewall, to be honest. I don't like stuff like Stonewall.
That kind of idea, right? So it's like this. You just use an argument. You know, you don't want to disagree with us because we were right about that other thing. You know, look at the people who oppose that. Do you want to be like that? No. So don't even have an argument about it. Don't even have any critical thinking about it. Just where do I sign, really, you know, and sign up to it. And literally that happened in 2013. And then you know, there's also this well-known relationship between Stonewall and the BBC. The Workplace Equality Index and all these things. You know, so this is HR sort of stuff about diversity and about how you made sure that you had staff from, you know, from LGBTQ plus backgrounds, etc.
I think this is probably true. You have to understand that, like, I don't know about gay people so much. Like, trans people do have, like, high rates of unemployment and poverty. So you sort of understand why stuff like this exists to help trans people, even if you might not like it, you know?
That's another thing that kind of, it was supposed to be like an HR thing, but it bled in the end into editorial. Anyway, the other thing that's very important, it's often forgotten about, is that Theresa May, it was the person in 2017 who stood up and said to Pink News that having just limped into that terrible election to semi-defeat, she said that she was going to push forward with self-ID, which would take away the need for a diagnosis of gender dysphoria and just allow people to...
Yeah, this is what I mean. If this is what's coming from the top, maybe it's understandable there'll be some level of bias in the BBC, you know?
Quickly become the gender...
Whereas what's coming from the top now is, you know, the Supreme Court decision from last year. And then, as I did, you look through the BBC's reporting around trans in 2025. And you realise that it covers quite a lot of, like, gender critical concerns these days. And that the bias seems to be, like, easing off. It's gonna follow the culture to a certain extent. That's just unavoidable.
Ooh,
I think my partner's back. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Right. We'll get through this. I'll probably stop. I got it. Been fun though. Thanks for watching so far. Make sure you like this stream. Etc.
So they wanted to become officially. And this actually, and then I thought this was incredible when it happened, having already covered the story a bit. And the programs I did cover it, and some other programs did cover it, but by and large it was not covered. It was just sort of ignored, really. And women who were raising questions about it were just ignored. So you mentioned at the moment she's making that speech, Theresa May, that instant you're talking about, that
male sex offender raping women in women's prisons.
I believe it's sexual assault. I'm not sure it was rape in the prisons, but it's certainly involving rape.
Theresa May. When was this? (2017). Don't know.
Rape, I believe, in other cases.
I mean, it was 3 years later they did all the stuff about the Tavistock stuff.
Yeah. A sexual predator who had presented as a woman, said they were a woman, that was taken as something that he would be treated as. That would.
More to the point, though, they're talking about Karen White. So the BBC did a article in October 2018. The year after Theresa May's speech. Sexually assaulted women in jail. So they certainly wrote articles about it. Again, it's the BBC, it just kind of says what happened. I like the BBC. So. October. Another one, July. There's like 3 different articles about this. It's not like they weren't talking about it. If we're talking about 2017 and when Theresa May was doing that speech, then maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't talking about it then. What you say? Women's Hour. Yeah, maybe not. I know they've had Helen Joyce and stuff like that on. I know that because Julia Hartley-Brewer decided to lie about Helen Joyce never being invited onto the BBC. And literally you can look it up and listen to some woman saying, we're on the BBC Women's Hour with Helen Joyce. And it's like, just don't lie. Just don't lie. That's all we need to do.
That's his right, I guess. This is what they thought. And they put him into a women's prison. And what happens? Well, the worry that people had is that it's not, it wasn't that they thought that lots of trans men would do that, trans women would do that, but that if you make it easier for access to women, for people who might want to do that, then that's a bad thing. But that was lost. It was just that was lost. But however, over time, the people started to hear about that, and the women who'd been ignored were right. They'd said this was the worry, and that bore it out.
Now, there is, as you know, this concept at the BBC of due impartiality, and this basically means that you only have to be impartial when there is a well-founded, valid opposing argument to whatever position you're airing, on a particular programme.
Yeah, so even the BBC isn't necessarily duty-bound to be 100% impartial, we're saying.
With this style guide, with this adoption of this, self-ID ideology, was it getting to the point where this was no longer really appropriate to debate because due impartiality no longer required that the opposing argument be put?
I'm not sure that. I'm not quite sure due impartiality was used in relation to this was used in that way. I think as I just said, what was happening was in the first instance you got this problem with. No one's interested in the. When I decided, I was working. Politics Live was a show that I ran, and I decided to do this story. And the attitude of some of my staff were a bit like, "Oh, are we sure? This is a bit scary." And I was regarded as brave for wanting to do it. And it's like that's where we got to. Due impartiality will come, particularly around the conversation I had with Fran Unsworth, which I think is quite important, obviously in this. I'm sure you'll come to it. And how due impartiality in her mind applied or didn't apply in relation to trans.
So moving on to the kind of structural changes, obviously the BBC has, in the last decade, faced a number of hits to the licence fee and consequent budget cuts.
Yep.
Fran Answorth comes in as head of BBC News not very long before you departed the corporation. Tell me about the reforms that she forced through and how they fed into the evolving situation that you describe in your Unheard piece.
Yes, it's a very important point. So they were announced in 2020, but then COVID came along, so they were paused, and then after that they kind of were pushed through. I mean, essentially what happened was they needed to make savings, and to be fair, I think Fran, very much kind of dutiful kind of person, knew that that's the job she had to do. First problem is that they went for the salami slicing approach to cutting. So a little bit here and there, and also no one really knows. No one externally knows what it means effectively to do that. All they know is as long as the program that continues, they're broadly happy. But if you actually sort of axe a program, then people who like it, and then people who suddenly discover they like it, or people who just want to talk about it, will kind of get behind keeping it, and then you've got a problem. So salami slicing is always quite attractive, but so they have to find a way of making very big savings, but not reduce the services in a significant way, which, I mean, as we will find out, is not really possible. So what they did was they thought, and there was a problem. So you had the BBC. A really important thing was there was kind of the editors of programs had independence, and this is really important in this case because in a way it's a get out for the management, because they can say, well, in the end we don't dictate what they do. If program makers didn't want to cover this story about trans and be balanced on it, then in a way.
So the editor of Newsnight and the editor of Today had completely different views and exercised those in different ways. That was fine. That was
and that's true. It worked, and so you might have so there were kind of. But the problem was you had the famous example of it. You might have a press conference by a politician or something going on, and then there'd be like 5 cameras from the BBC there, and 5 reporters or whatever. And so this is obviously seen as a waste of money. And I can see why, but perhaps the solution was kind of a bit too damaging for the whole enterprise. So basically, what they did was then they said, well, what we'll do is rather than have these different flowers blooming, we'll have a centralised story hub. It's awful. It's just this kind of. I remember having meetings with.
We're getting onto this like LGBT desk that apparently some people went by. I've heard things about this, but I don't think it's affected everyone. If this is true that it was going on, because I'm sure that Deborah Cohen was saying that she didn't find any. Oh, what was it? Fuck. It was in my video. I could just find it in my video. She said that she never felt like she was being stopped from reporting something. So if this was happening, it wasn't everyone. Yeah, it was this. So it was a Guardian article, I think. And bear in mind, Deborah Cohen was one of the ones at the heart of the Tavistock stuff that they were doing in 2020. So it sounds like this might have been happening. If that's what, I guess we'll get to it. But it wasn't affecting everyone, if so.
So management consultants alongside the people in the BBC who were doing this, and they were trying to codify every journalistic activity, So you'll phone someone to bid for them, or you may email them. How can we find? Is there a way of somehow coming up with kind of a scheme where we can find how to make the optimum, the smallest number of people who can perform that function? That's that kind of approach to what is not really a science in that way, that is also an art,
So you have editors of individual programmes losing a lot of power and influence.
Yes.
You have greater centralisation.
Most of them, apart from that Today programme and Newsnight, I think, and a few, maybe one or two others, they explicitly are gone completely. Their content was derived from this centralised story hub, but some editors like the Today programme, particularly that's an important one, and I think, to be fair, it's just what I was quickly say, I think it's important to say that the Today programme did do this story more and more over time. Not as early as we were trying to do it, but they did do it. And I mean, Justin Webb got into trouble around saying certain things, and anyway, I think so. It did. There was some independence, but essentially, it was essentially gone.
So if you have this centralised hub,
some independence, but also essentially gone.
Yeah.
And at the same time, you have an emerging ideology, which
it does potentially sound like they kind of brought some stuff in as like cost-saving measures. And there were probably some like teething problems. From what I remember about the centralized desk thing, they wanted like LGBT people to be the ones kind of reviewing what kind of gets shared. And there is a problem with doing that. Like we talk about how trans people should always have a say, and like, you know, things like the Equality Act thing. There should have been like trans people there to give their take. When, you know, one side was represented, the other side was represented. It's not really necessary. But having the people decide all that about their own issues can influence bias in another way.
Is already embedded in the style book.
Yeah.
I mean, what sort of consequences does that tend to have? And what did you see happening with coverage, you know, with these diverse outlets? Radio, television, and you know, international, whatever.
It wasn't a centralised person saying, that I'm aware of, saying stop, right? It was more that you had the process of taking, the important thing about the Story Hub thing, as well as there was the structure and how it did stories, is loads and loads of people like me left the BBC. Senior people who were earning a reasonable amount of money, who were of a particular status, were worth getting rid of, as it were it was just hollowed out. So you end up with a massive loss of experience. So people who can make a judgment, who might have a view, might take a look at.
You say these people left. Well, if these people left, then yeah, there's going to be a problem because there's a whole left line. But those people are choosing to leave, I presume.
Out. Left the BBC. Senior people.
It's like, whose fault is that? You know, if loads of people leave, then you have to kind of adjust. And there might be problems there as well. But it's because people left, right? Oh, loads of us left and now it's biased. Well, I mean, I don't know.
People who were earning a reasonable amount of money, who were of a particular status, were worth getting rid of, as it were it was just hollowed out. So you end up with a massive loss of experience. So people who can make a judgment, who might have a view, might take a look at this particular story, and be able to apply some critical thinking and say, well, I know that you think that whatever Stonewall say is correct. Well, that isn't what we do here. That needs to be said, right? Particularly when what you were having was an influx of younger freelance journalists who were coming in to, you know, fill the holes, and they didn't have guidance. And not only that, there was a culture inside the BBC which was young people are kind of wise in some way because they're young. We're after young people. They've got a problem with young people not watching us anymore, listening to us anymore. Let's talk to the young people about it, which is it's obviously ludicrous anyway. But
didn't they actually have a formal structure at one point?
Wait, what?
In some the culture inside the BBC, which was
loads of old people leave, they bring in some young people, and he's complaining that they're bringing in young people. Like, a lot of this is like, what do you expect to fucking happen when you choose to leave en masse? You know.
Young people are kind of wise in some way because they're young. We're after young people.
Well, it's fair enough to want to appeal to young people because young people have different experiences and different like, you know, perspectives that older people might not think of. You know, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to take.
People, they've got a problem with young people not watching us anymore, listening to us anymore. Let's talk to the young people about it, which is it's obviously ludicrous anyway. But
didn't they actually have a formal structure at one point where I think senior figures in news had a sort of group of bright young people to bounce ideas?
Yeah, I heard about that, and also famously in the 9 o'clock meeting, which was the sort of setting the tone editorial meeting of the day. You know,
for the whole of BBC News.
Yeah, and the head of the news would be there, and
yeah, he wouldn't mind if it was like a load of Connie Shaws coming in. Wouldn't mind then, would he?
You know, this is after I left, but you know, there would be a kind of Gavin Allen, who's one of the execs, says you wouldn't want to put your head above the.
Again, after we left, so now they've got a whole void to fill, and they're thinking maybe they want to bring in some new blood and stuff. Are you not blaming yourself at all for this? You're not blaming yourself and your peers that left.
Parapet, because you know the voice of young people were sort of favoured. So what do you think? And you know and what they said was more important and more significant than what someone who's like a 40-year-old, 40-plus white cis male might ever have to say. Despite
this, I want to see evidence of, I guess.
In fact, when I was in those meetings, it was always like, well, who's the person that really knows about this? And it would be whoever it was, someone with years of experience. All that had gone, or a large amount of that, apparently, people tell me, gone.
And presumably, I mean, a lot of these younger freelancers.
Apparently, people telling me.
who's the person that really knows about this? And it would be whoever it was, someone with years of experience. All that gone, or a large amount of that, apparently people tell me gone.
And presumably, I mean,
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
A lot of these younger freelancers who are now being moved into influential positions, I mean, they've not had a BBC training. They didn't have a BBC background. They weren't steeped in that kind of impartiality or ever appreciated its value. Tell me about
the opposite. I mean, so they were coming with a more of a kind of a campaigning journalist kind of approach to things, and so you had this sort of perfect storm of, like, in terms of the trans thing. They agreed that there wasn't a debate. You know, they didn't think, they thought the debate, you didn't debate such a thing because it was obvious what the right thing to think was. So I had people who said that there was someone I spoke to who left work for a period and came back to the BBC, didn't recognise the place. It had just changed so much, and it was because of the character of the journalists had changed so much. And this is a product of saying younger people have more wisdom because we're trying to reach younger audiences, hollowing out the organisation, and having already signed up on one of the most contentious issues to one side. Effectively,
way back in 2013.
Way back in 2013, and the other thing that's relevant to this is diversity and inclusion. Now, it swept the world.
So we're now talking about. We've seen how the editorial changes, the structures of editorial decision-making have changed. Mm-hmm. Now, the second input here, if you like, the second influence is actually HR policy. It's a whole new approach. I think Tim Davies summed it up as "be kind" at one point. But tell me about how that worked.
Well, "be kind" was his great mantra, and the wisdom of that is hard to quantify. Yeah, it was a ridiculous thing to say. As journalists, you don't not being kind. That distorts your job.
Be rigorous, not
be rigorous. Yeah, and it's ridiculous. But he would say he was referring though to that, like you say, to that kind of
60-year-olds don't reach 20-year-olds. I mean, yeah, generally. That's the thing. Like, if you're going to evolve, you can't just keep the same people on, and they get older and older, and the people that they're kind of in touch with get older and older with them. I think obviously it sounds like if what this guy is saying is true, there's issues when you start favoring new voices and stuff like that. But you gotta, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it, you know. Perhaps they needed more guidance than they were given. But then, like this guy said, him and a lot of his peers left. Like, where were you to give these people this guidance? You know what I mean? Like, he can't really say that he would try and, like, kind of bring his experience and try and inform these younger people that came in, because he left. You know what I mean? I'm struggling for, like, sympathy, I guess. Like, I'm watching this having not read the article because the article is paid. But this isn't giving me much confidence in it. And honestly, I think that I was probably right with this video. I'm sorry. I probably am still right that this is, like, nothing.
HR space. The problem was, if you bombard people when they're in work with kind of material that is about, hey, we're diversity champions, we've done it, we do this, that, the other, and these are really important to our values, and that's what you say as a corporate organisation to your staff. Turn the internet on, and you couldn't move for that kind of thing.
And your managers presumably have diversity.
Again, very cultural thing at the time. Not as big of a thing now.
Targets that they're supposed to
well,
meet.
Actually, yes, indeed. And actually, one of the things, a merciful thing, is that I left because it would have driven me crazy. But I remember Tim Davies.
Yeah, I'm glad I left, so I didn't have anything. I wasn't able to do anything about it.
You saying shortly before I left to managers, you said you have to, if you want to be promoted, you have to hit your diversity targets. And second, in terms of the staff survey, you have to demonstrate that your staff are happy. Now, I would argue that is not a good criteria. If they're not happy, then that's unfortunate. You should be trying to manage them well.
I mean, bluntly, they might not be happy because they're not very good, and they've been told they're not very good.
There might be a million reasons why they're not happy, but I mean, by and large, you try and keep people in a good place, but that distorts things. It's like the work then becomes about them. Making them happy rather than the output, making that good and rigorous.
And just on these diversity targets, I mean, was one of the targets that there should be, a given number of trans people in different roles?
I don't know that there was a.
God forbid we had to hire any trans people.
target number for that? I know there'd been things like on which I wasn't against, but there was things like the main one. Well, you've got to distinguish between the HR stuff and on-screen stuff. The point I'm making is they started to bleed into each other. So you have a thing where there was the thing of 50-50, which so when you book panels, you try and make sure it's 50% men, 50% women, which at times you could see that might distort what you were doing, but
might do so. At the same time, women are just generally disadvantaged in workplaces next to men. Like, the gender pay gap is a real thing, and it exists for a reason.
Large, actually, I think it was an okay process because it did lead to actually a lot more hard work to discover good people, and that was actually pretty good. But the more the point is, like, if you're a journalist at the BBC and you are seeing all this stuff about things like trans, rainbow lanyards, all this kind of stuff as being the position of the organisation you work for, plus, by the way, you're looking at the output of other bits of the BBC, which were making programmes that were very much affirmative about decisions that people would make about becoming trans. For example, transitioning.
I mean, I understand that there was one programme in which a 9-year-old was talking about how they were looking forward to going on puberty bloggers.
Yeah, so here's the thing. So there's two things. One is like the non-news content, which was just sort of wildly affirmative. It didn't look at the totality of experience of people in this very complicated subject, and that's what I'm asking for. I don't have an axe to grind, like, either way. I just think you shouldn't be biased. You need to be impartial. But what you're referring to, this is an interesting thing in the interview. It hasn't really been picked up much. Was that there was a show, the Victoria Derbyshire show on BBC. It was on the news channel on BBC Two. It started, I believe, in 13 or 15. I think it might be 15 actually. It just was wild about covering this issue, and particularly about children involved. And it interviewed children. Obviously, it didn't show their faces.
They also had shows about detransitioners, by the way.
But it interviewed children and their parents about this, and it just seemed it felt. Well, the moment that really struck me, it felt weird watching it back from today's perspective. When you see a child talking to Victoria, and the child says this is a little boy who wants to be identified as a girl, and they're worried about having a moustache and facial hair at the future. And then Victoria says, "What do you think you might be able to do about that?" And they say, "Oh, I can't blockers." It's like a 9-year-old child, and at this point we didn't. We knew that there was a lack of knowledge about what blockers might do for you. It's controversial even then. We know now what Cass has said.
The Cass review into the Tavistock, yeah.
And this is important. So this relates to what Fran's sort of justification, as it were, Fran Unsworth. She said, well, we'll take out this one first. On this question about how you deal with children with gender dysphoria, what's appropriate or not, we didn't really know as the BBC, we didn't really have evidence about that, or anyone had really good evidence about whether it was, what was being done in the Tavistock was the right thing or not. There was lots of unknowns about it. And then
We've seen Victoria Derby. The name rings a bell. Hang on. Yeah, she did quite a few things. There's this growing up trans thing. Growing up transgender. So it's on YouTube. I guess it'll be...
Let's talk now to Lewis Hancock, who's 20.
Don't they do a lot of this kind of stuff? It's just, here's some demographic. Probably don't think very often.
And the fact that they are so young, what do you think?
I think it's great to see such young children feeling supported and having the confidence to just be themselves. They've got such a supportive environment, that's what matters.
Are they too young, Susie?
No. No, it's well known that you become aware of your gender between 3 and 5 years old.
Oh, this is Susie Green, isn't it? Of course you don't think they're too young.
Even before my daughter knew what gender was, the things that she was doing, the preferences that she had, the way that she behaved, didn't.
So it's possible that this show is biased. It wasn't wholly supportive. Do you mean this, or do you mean something else?
fall into what I considered to be typical boy behaviour, but I didn't care because
your daughter is now Jackie.
Yeah.
She was born a boy.
Yep.
You called her Jack.
Yep.
And then things changed over the years.
Yeah, she told me when she was 4 that God had made a mistake and she should have been a girl, but I already knew that something was going on and really was a bit lost and didn't know how to deal with it because I had an unhappy child. So actually seeing, you know, these children being supported and their parents listening to them.
Yes, imagine saying no to a child.
It's really good because the adult trans people that I've spoken to, the majority know very young. I mean, would you say that?
Yeah, I would agree. I think the earlier that they can transition...
this is like painful to listen to, by the way, like the retconning, and it is like gross.
Really the better for them because they seem so happy, and I think it's much better for your mental health. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't transition as young as possible.
Okay, but you three transition.
See any reason why you shouldn't transition as young as possible.
Okay. But you three transitioned obviously much later in life than Jessica and Lily. But what did you write in your diary, Loretta, when you were about 11? Do you remember?
Yeah, I remember writing things like, oh, my life would be so much easier if I was a girl. I wish I was a girl and things like that. But I didn't know at that time what transgender...
Yeah, we know all these people are going to be like, yeah, transition the kids. Yeah. Don't worry about any of the many issues of transitioning kids. You can't say no to children. That's what's...
Say that unequivocally, easily. You know, everybody develops a gender. It doesn't matter if you are transgender or not. We all develop the meaning, the idea, the identity of gender. This isn't a lifestyle choice. And there's a difference between kids who enjoy doing things of the opposite sex versus those kids that are intensely distressed with the mismatch. Most of the research that we have now shows that about 75% or so of kids who meet criteria for gender identity
They seem so happy. Yeah, it's not often people say that about trans people. Usually we are famously unhappy all the time, always.
disorder is what it used to be called, now gender dysphoria. By the time they actually hit puberty, no longer identifying that way. What we don't have is great information about who are the kids who are...
This is a bit more... This is a bit more responsible. So it's not like there's no pushback. There's not like there's no kind of, well, here's the other side of the coin, because this is true. And I think, bearing in mind what I've learned about like the brain and how it develops, it actually makes an awful lot of sense that some of these supposed trans kids are going to go through puberty and potentially desist. Because your brain forms loads of pathways as a kid. And then when you get to a certain age during puberty, there's like a heightened window of like neuroplasticity, and there's a lot of like pruning. There's a lot of like removing of some of these neural pathways. Some of them become stronger and some of them get removed, which I think is probably why, you know, you might have really disliked certain food as a kid that you now are fine with, or vice versa, you know. So it makes sense as to why that would happen. And it's not like it's not being mentioned on here.
Persisting versus who are the kids are desisting, as in no longer identifying that way. We know that there are some things that certainly point kids in the direction of being more likely to persist. There's an intensity. The kids who are really intensely distressed, these are the kids who are benefited by early social transition.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jansen. Thank you so much.
I bet the evidence for this is pretty terrible, but we know in hindsight, you know, we know in hindsight. The cast review happened, etc. I mean, this is making me uncomfortable. What else did this Victoria Derbyshire do? So she did this. Journalism scene. The story of 2 transgender children. Is that the one that you were mentioning?
Can you remember when you were being...
The music, like... I don't know, it's hard to say. And that's the thing, you're going to get some journalists that are pushing more pro-trans and some more kind of critical stuff. And I think culturally, you know, I very much believe that we kind of remember all the shit in the 80s, like the AIDS crisis and like Section 28 and stuff. And I think we didn't want to repeat the same mistake when trans people came along and started being more visible. And I think we probably went overboard in like support of trans because they were like the next kind of big rights movement thing to come along after like gay people. We didn't want to make the same mistake. And I think we probably did overcorrect.
Being treated as a boy, why you wanted to wear girl clothes?
I wanted to just see how it looked and see if anyone laughed or not. And I would be happier then. In year 2, I changed into girl clothes.
Year 2.
And then all of year 3, and now all of year 4, and so on. I feel 99% girl and 1% boy. Because, like, I imagine when I was a boy, I always had to complain and say, oh, I don't want to put trousers on. But now I'm a girl, and like, yeah, I get to put tights on and dresses on and all those things. And sometimes a scrunchie, you know, the big hair bobbles. It's a lot better.
How many of these kids do you think would be helped by not telling kids because they're boys they have to look like this, because they're girls they have to look like this?
Go! Not too fast. I'm much lower than here.
I don't know how much I want to watch of it. Is there like anything particular where it kind of showed the other side? Because I can kind of see, you know, I see where people are coming from saying that some of this stuff, it doesn't adequately show both sides of it, where it almost seems like in some way it's advertising how great this whole thing is when actually we know almost nothing about like things like how puberty blockers are affecting people and, you know. I don't know. This is making me uncomfortable. I'm not sure what I'm looking. Oh, and this is about the same girl, I guess. Maybe. Going to brownies. It's very topical, isn't it? Very topical. Yeah, I don't know. They just report on it, but they do at least. Yeah.
Cass came along, and we were able then, in terms of that due impartiality thing, to make a judgment. The problem is, in the period then before Cass came along, she's saying, therefore, that people we didn't really know. So you would think that you would adopt a very cautious approach. So any coverage of that question, which, you know, is clearly...
Well, just because a man is masculine, or a woman is masculine, or a man is feminine, that doesn't mean they should have to transition.
It's a medical...
And like, I don't know, surely you want society to be as accepting of all different kinds of expressions as possible.
It's a very complicated thing, and it's about children in these cases. Should be really cautious, and it wasn't cautious. It was sort of, it felt affirmative.
Not only that, you write in your article that Fran Unsworth also, although give her credit, she did run certain items which were critical of if you.
Oh, is auto mod like deleting stuff? I'm so sorry if anyone's getting modded. I have not like modded a single person today. Just so it's fair. I've not touched. Unless there's mischief fucking around, in which case. It's okay, I trust. They released a compilation of old Rugrats games on Switch. There you go. If you wanted the real important news, then we've just had it in chat. There you go. It's not my fault. I know, but like people always think I'm doing stuff when I'm not. It's like Who is it? Fuck. Is it like King Critical or something? I swear he used to put like disclaimers on all his videos being like, sometimes YouTube deletes comments. It's so annoying. People always assume that you're like removing their comment when they're like slightly shitty towards you. So you get like some comments and they show up if you go to show all, like newest rather than top. And then and then people don't understand this. They're like, oh, you're deleting my comments now, are you? And I'm like, no, I haven't fucking deleted shit. I don't understand how YouTube hasn't fixed that, to be honest. Because they must know that content creators constantly get fucking blamed for that shit when it's not them. You know what I mean? Wasn't you? I'm too lazy. See, you're the kind of mod that I want. I want mods that are too lazy to do anything. That's how I like it. That's why Charlie's a mod. If Charlie actually did any modding, then she wouldn't be a mod.
Fran was a force for good in this, but in a sense, it's like if really, I mean, she was though.
But yeah, she also told you in your interview with her for your article that.
By the way, Hillary Cass was extensively platformed by the BBC, just so we're aware.
Until the Supreme Court decision, which said that sex is biological under the Equality Act, again the BBC didn't know that it was, which is an extraordinary thing to say.
I know. I mean, I couldn't really believe it, if I'm honest. I mean, it was the position was with due impartiality. So with due impartiality, we have to we assess we have evidence that allows us to assess how we cover this thing. She suggested that before the Supreme Court, we didn't really have that evidence. So we didn't have evidence about men being men, women being women, biological sex, people are born into one sex or another, and sex is immutable, and that was not knowable or known by. I mean,
isn't the staff a channel member? You probably shouldn't join as a channel member because you're just kind of throwing money down the toilet.
I just don't think that's true. I mean, I think
Keir Starmer is on record as saying that women can.
It's not money down the toilet for anyone else, specifically for Charlie. It is, by the way.
The penis.
Consider joining my channel.
Well, I said in the piece, if Keir Starmer on this issue is your lodestar, then I think that's not a great move. I mean, we know that politicians did not. I mean, politicians. They were asked awkward questions. They found themselves doing gymnastics, but
isn't that what politicians have been doing for fucking ever?
Well, it was ridiculous, some of the stuff that was being said.
I mean, why couldn't? I mean,
bad when Starmer does it though, specifically.
Your view in your article about Fran Unsworth is very balanced. It's very nuanced. As you say, she was a force for good in some respects. Equally, she's the one who forced through the salami slicing restructuring, which has had these damaging consequences that you've explained. But I mean, why couldn't she face up to the fact that there clearly was pretty solid scientific evidence that that sex is biological, is immutable, is derived from
scientific evidence that sex is something about the way that he's saying this hitting me all wrong, and I can't put my finger on it. Whether sex is binary or not depends on what you're classifying. Depends on what you're basing it on. I don't know, man. I don't know. What's cost cutting got to do with bias? Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. This is pretty terrible. I've got to be honest. Either he saved all the best bits for his fucking paywalled article that I'm not prepared to shell out for, or this is yet more. It's the same. The Telegraph did the same fucking thing, man. I'm convinced with the Telegraph thing, they have a lot of readers that resent the license fee, that generally tend to be right-wing, that probably don't like any of their money being taken for anything, even if it might be for a good thing. I think the BBC is a good thing, so I'm fine with the license fee and stuff like that. I think is necessary. I think having it there, in addition to private media that can be as biased as it fucking wants and say whatever the fuck it wants, is a good thing. And it's a good counterbalance to having freedom of the press. Because I think freedom of the press is important. As much as I fucking hate Pink News and GB News and Telegraph and shit like that, I think most of them are fucking terrible. I think they should be able to exist the way they do. And I think people should be able to express the opinions they want to express the way they do. And so a good counterbalance to that is having media that is more accountable to the public, because the public is paying for it. So I think it's a good thing. I'm I'm not convinced that the Telegraph shit, it wasn't just a hit piece to appeal to their specific audience that is very anti-BBC because they don't like paying the license fee and thinks it's biased because it says shit they don't agree with. I think it was quite cynically motivated. And I think my video did a good job showing that, because it was very clear that the case for it being like horrendously biased pro-trans was extremely fucking weak. And what evidence there was of bias, which I think there was some evidence of bias, and I think there was a certain amount of bias. I think a lot of that can be accounted for just like what the culture was like at the time, and that the BBC is going to follow the culture to a certain extent. And who was in office at the time. And, you know, people like Theresa May being in office, who are fairly pro-trans, even if they're conservative. There is a certain extent to which the BBC is going to reflect all that. That's just inevitable. So you have to make a case that it is worse than that, you know what I mean? And they very much did not do so. And you go through the memo like I did, and most of it's just bollocks. I'm not convinced that the Free Speech Union here aren't just doing the same shit. They're going to have a similar audience. They're going to have more of an audience that resents the BBC and the license fee and sees anything not pushing like ridiculous fucking rightoid shit constantly as biased against them. Which plenty of leftists do the exact same thing with the BBC, by the way. The fucking Good Law Project did a thing like surveying trans people where a whole bunch of them thought that the BBC was like biased against trans people. So they just get it from both directions. I don't think there's very strong evidence of anything here. I'm not hearing much where I'm like outraged, you know? I'm hearing some stuff where it's like, yeah, some of that stuff is bad. Some of this I think happened, like some of the pandering to like Stonewall and shit I think is real. But like we're talking about institutional capture, like that's quite serious. I'm just not blown away by any of it.
From what chromosomes you have, was it she was actually frightened of her own staff that she couldn't take that position?
I mean, everyone was frightened. People were frightened. You know, people don't like being called transphobic or hateful. I don't like, you know, I don't know, there'll be people probably who read this piece or hear me talk about it who think that, oh, he's a terrible transphobic, hateful. I mean, I'm not. I think A, we need to be impartial, but B, we need to be able to talk about things. But people were terrified. This is going on everywhere. I mean, and Fran does say this, but her defence is like the world was going mad, so we went a bit mad too. And I say to her, look, we were journalists. I mean, surely we're not going to do that. We're going to look at this and assess it, not sort of be cowed. But I mean, it's easy for me to say. I guess I wasn't in the position she was in. So she was. Yes, I mean, she says to me in the interview that she was frightened that she would be cancelled by her own staff.
And she also says she ultimately feels that this was the thing that drove her out.
I think that this was one of the things that drove her out. I think the kind of endless the fact.
And again, we talk about like the cancel culture and stuff, and like people being scared, people walking around eggshells. This was real, and this was bad for sure. Again, don't we think that like it's just kind of changed a lot since then? It's just not really like this anymore. So it's like, you know, yeah, Hannah Barnes wasn't terrified. That Deborah Cohen was going to The Guardian saying, well, I never felt any pressure to report a certain way. And she was a big part of that, the exposés about like the Tavistock and stuff. And like Hannah Barnes, like I had her in an interview where she's saying, you know, oh, there was loads of stuff we left out. It wasn't because they told us we couldn't talk about this, that we just didn't have the time to add all of this in. And that's why she wrote a book, you know.
Her life, her work would be spent, her days would be spent in this sort of territory rather than doing what she wanted to do, which was like, you know, all the interesting conundrums of how you run a news organisation, what judgment calls you make, all these things that are kind of, you know, for people who are into this, really, really, really exciting jobs. You know, if your whole time is spent in this sort of territory, you know, and controversies.
I don't think The Guardian is lefty. It's like liberal at best. I don't know. One of the things I really want to do is make as clear a distinction as I can between like progressives and left, because they're not the same thing. Like most progressives that I come across don't fucking say shit about like actual leftist shit. It's all just like id poll nonsense. I think people lump in lefties as this one big thing that is not really like real.
Blow up all the time. I mean, I think Tim Davie apparently got sick of it, you know. Although I think, by the way, I mean, I did say I had one meeting with Tim Davie before I left. I said two things to him. I said, Andrew Neil needs to be kept at the BBC, and he wasn't, and he should have been. And I also said, I think this reorganisation is really, really dangerous. Tim Davie had come in. He could have stopped this, or he could have at least looked. I got the impression he wasn't interested in me saying that.
Stop what? What terrible thing are we alluding
to? I got the impression that he didn't sit there and stress test this thing. He wasn't a journalist. He didn't really know how to. So yes, she devised it. She devised it because she was charged with devising it by Tony Hall, and then he had the chance to look at it when he came in. Was it the right thing to do? And he said, onward, go with it. Let's do it.
Is there actually still a place?
I don't want my daughter, who's 10 years old, growing up thinking it's absolutely fine and perfectly normal to walk around with both a pussy and a cock. I would like to think no one wants that for any kid. I don't know. There's some sickos out there. I think most people would probably be on the same side as you with that.
Place for a well-funded public service broadcaster funded by what amounts to a poll tax in this country? Or is this a role who...
What did I say? What did I fucking say?
Is there actually still a place for a well-funded public service broadcaster funded by what amounts to a poll tax in...
Is this not a massive signal to exactly the kinds of people who resent the fuck out of the BBC and are horny for any kind of criticism towards them that they can bang on about as reason as to why they're not fucking paying their license fee? Well, lots of people aren't. Just don't fucking pay it then. I don't know, man. Whatever consequence comes to you of that, that's your fucking problem. But I don't know. I think I've explained why I think the BBC is important. If you want free press, I think you need something else that has that kind of accountability that it needs to be able to be held to, so that other things aren't being told what to do. You have one that is told what to do, and then everyone else can do what they like, pretty much, as long as they're not, breaching standards and shit like that, outwardly fucking lying to people as much as you can. I don't know. I think it's important. I think to get rid of the BBC would be a massive shame.
In this country, or is this a role is this the Rethian mission finally running into the sun?
The thing is, it's all a bit self-fulfilling. That's the problem. It's if you undermine it enough, and it gets into all sorts of trouble in part, not wholly, because of the cuts, then it just softens things up to the point where it's decided, well, you know what, we don't need it anymore. I mean, I love the BBC. For me, it was, as a kid, it was just it taught me a lot about the world, about life, and it was a great thing. And I think if we just, I'm not a person who wants to defund the BBC or see the end of the BBC. I want it to thrive. I think it should be funded properly. I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, but you'll come to the Free Speech Union with this shit. Come on, man.
It needs to have diversity of thought. That's really important. And it can be it used to be a place where you'd hear all sorts of views and opinions.
As parents have no voice whatsoever in what bollocks their children are being caught, I'm on the fence with that. There has to be an extent to which people are able to trust institutions. And I think in the UK we are kind of correct. I don't know what country you're from, but we had an RSHE guidance that was put out last year, and they're now saying things like we shouldn't be teaching kids that everyone has a gender identity because things like that are contested and not really evidenced, And depending on what you mean, it might be true, but pretty meaningless. I'm kind of on the fence with that. If parents have too much say, then I don't know how the fuck you'd even have a state education system, to be honest. But I don't know. I think we're correcting on that kind of thing. Teaching about all the different gender identities. I mean, there's a whole bunch of reasons why I'm against that kind of thing. And we watched something at the start with I think it was a German philosophy channel where he's talking about it being prophilic rather than prolific. Prophilic as in creating profile. I need to go back over it because it's really interesting. But I have stuff I want to think about with that kind of stuff. They are getting rid of a lot of that shit in this country. I know there's other countries like Canada, for example, that I think they're determined to see that kind of shit through to its logical conclusion. I don't think that's a good thing, but I don't know. I don't know how clear I'm being. You removed your daughter from school, Jesus. I mean, that's drastic. I don't know what's happening in your vicinity. I don't want to comment. It's not my place, I guess.
It was rich, and it's not now. It's bland. It's vanilla.
So what the BBC needs is a return of free speech.
Yeah, yeah. It ties in very nicely with that. That's exactly what it needs. Exactly.
And Rob,
Dude, does the BBC like? I don't know. I'm. This is like dodgy. This is dodgy. This is very dodgy. I'm sorry.
It's bland. It's vanilla.
So what the BBC needs is a return of free speech.
Yeah, yeah. It ties in very nicely with that. That's exactly what it needs. Exactly.
He calls it bland. I like the fact that the BBC is bland and boring and just kind of says the stuff and doesn't beat you over the head with their opinions and tells you what to think.
Exactly.
And Rob, where can...
Oh, you're from the UK? Well, yeah, like I said, like, even the Labour government, they don't want a lot of that shit in school. They're proposing that they want to teach kids at a certain age, or like in secondary school, I think it was, about protected characteristics and rights and stuff, which I think is perfectly fine. But they're not trying to teach kids about all these like gender identities and stuff like that. I think that's a good thing. But I think people should be wary about believing the hype about because Labour is like nominally on the left or whatever, that means they're trying to trans all the kids. Like, I think they're actually being quite sensible a lot of this stuff. And I think personally that we're going to regret it when either fucking Green or fucking Reform or whatever gets in, but that's me. Those of them with kids pushing it. That's true. Lots of the trans people that are extremely pro-trans kids are older trans women that have kids themselves. And some of them, they express regret that they didn't get to transition younger, which to me is a very dark sentiment because they wouldn't have had their kids, you know?
Can people find you if they want to know more?
Oh, well, they can find me. I mean, I have a Substack, which is really sort of, it exists. There's not much on it yet, but I might be putting some other bits and pieces that came out of this interview that I couldn't include in the piece on my Substack or something.
Okay, so he's got a Substack. So is any of that going to be non-paywall? There is something that strikes me as really strange about free speech types putting out these kind of articles and then paywalling them. I don't know how to express what I'm trying to say, because it's not necessarily like a hypocrisy, I guess. But you want to be heard by as many people as possible. But so many people are never going to hear what you're saying because they don't want to pay for it. I don't know. It makes me feel weird. I don't know quite how to... Wait. Bro. So they didn't even link it correctly, for fuck's sake. We're so pro free speech. We want to get this guy's message out here. So we've got him talking on this, which is free to look at. But the article it's based on is paywalled. You can look at his Substack, but no you can't because we didn't fucking link it correctly. What about his egg? I bet this is fucking broken as well. I don't know, I have a lot of misgivings about the Free Speech Union, I gotta say. Just because they're called the Free Speech Union and I'm very, very pro-free speech in general, it doesn't mean that I'm on their side on anything. Like, free speech gets co-opted an awful lot by shitters, you know? Okay, so this is his actual act. Wow, incredible. They got one of them right. So yeah, I'm not blown away by any of this. I'm not blown away by any of this. I don't remember this Fran Unsworth person. So it's not the same people that I've been hearing from. Yeah, isn't one of the most important things about free speech the right to be heard and the right for people to hear you and stuff like that? Like, it's hard to explain what I mean, but it strikes me as bizarre. But I think free speech is actually the principal thing with these kinds of people. I think that they're on a particular side and they have a particular agenda. And free speech is something they can push because it appeals to a lot of people. but it's actually about what's underneath, and that's not necessarily about free speech, and it's not necessarily about as many people hearing you as possible, which, I don't know, to me those things go hand in hand. I don't know. Like I said, if I'm very, very pro free speech, then when I speak, I want as many people to have as much opportunity to hear it as possible. You know? But then it maybe is different when you aren't someone. I don't know. I'll think about it. It just strikes me as strange.
Point. Otherwise, I'm on X and all the other ones. And also, I have a book called "Why Is This Lying Bastard Lying to Me?" To kind of hit my history. It's my time in TV and politics, but also a kind of history of the political interview in the UK.
Rob Burley, thank you very much for being our guest on the Free Speech Union podcast. It's been an absolute pleasure both to read your article, and I urge all our viewers and listeners to read it too. And I look forward to your next chapter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for listening.
Oh, and look who... I didn't even plan this. I didn't even fucking plan this. Oh, it gives me a fucking headache, man. There has to be something in here. There has to be something in it. I need to do some kind of shit piece on Connie Shaw and people like this. I'm sorry, man. I'm at the end of my fucking tether with this shit. Why are you everywhere? Go away. Go picket another fucking trans fucking protest with a camera where you go up to people. Oh, I just want to talk to both sides. Why won't you talk to me? Can I ask why you don't want me to farm you for content? Like, fucking go away, bro. Just go away. I didn't plan this. I didn't fucking plan.
Listening to the Free Speech Union's podcast. If you would like to join the fight, helping us to bring back free speech to this country, please subscribe below to our YouTube channel, follow us on Spotify, Apple, or wherever else that you listen to our podcasts. And if you would like to become a member of the Free Speech...
Okay, I can't. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I wanted to watch a thing about the BBC. And there you are. Please leave me alone. Oh my god, man. Anyway, I need to stop. I need to make food. It's been fun. My shit is a lot smaller these days, but it's the real one. The real one stayed, and that's what matters. I have a lot more stuff. I've got a video that I'm working on about how stupid the whole trans girl guides fucking hysteria is. And how really it's about privileged fucking losers that speak for us. That ought not to. People like Katie Neves and Philosophy Tube and shit like that. It's hopefully going to be a lot of fun to make. And we've already made a decent amount of headway writing stuff out. So that's what I'm doing next. But I can't promise that I'm not doing shit pieces on people like fucking Connie Shaw, because I'm so fucking over it. I am so over it. I hate the fucking echo chamber. And I hate the people that pretend they're breaking out of the echo chamber, when actually what they're doing is encouraging it. Such as Connie Shaw. That's the kind of person that I think we're looking at with that person. So, I don't know what else to say. Thank you for watching. I won't be back tomorrow because it's Sunday tomorrow. I will hopefully get a bunch of writing done tomorrow though. And I will keep making videos because it's been going okay. My Helen Webley video I had a couple of comments today actually. My newest thing. So yeah, 3.6k, that's quite good for me. The Trans Brains one got 5.3k. But yeah, go watch. If you haven't watched my Helen Webley video, it's much better. Everyone is talking about Helen Webley at the moment. I saw some of Buck Angel's video and it was shit. He didn't watch my video. He should have. That would have been way better if he did that. Then he could have fucking had me do his research for him, because he doesn't do any of his own and just has someone else that agrees with him on everything do all his shit for him, and then it's never very good. My video is way better. Fuck you. I don't like Helen Webley, by the way. This is not a glowing review, as hopefully you can tell. Anyway, thanks for watching. I will be back when I am back, and I